I always wanted to see the world. My whole life, I wondered, what's out there? So, we built a ship and began the adventure of a lifetime. We traveled so far. We went to the strangest places, hunted for treasure in frozen ruins, survived fire and ash in the lava fields, visited the beautiful glow forest. But to go further, we needed something more. We needed ancient tech, engines nobody can build anymore. We hunted through long-dead cities. Our search took us underground, where we fought for our lives. There was only one more place to go: space. But what we sought was well guarded. I thought I knew what we'd find, but I was wrong. It was so much more. This is my journey. This is my odyssey.
Hits go live and streams out to be heard. Gaming lawyer on the mic again with his famous words. I live stream every Thursday night. You can take it to the bank. Folks took him at his word and gave him heartfelt thanks. But some took his words much more to heart and went to their banks just like he said. What happened to them when they got there are tales of woe and dread. They took it to the bank, their hearts full of trust and dedication. They took it to the bank, but just found pain and defenestration. They took it to the bank and said the words gaming lawyers said. But then things went so badly, they wish they had just stayed at home instead. Nick came to the bank and stepped up to the counter proudly.
Gaming lawyer told me to take it to the bank,
Nick said clear and loudly. But when the teller heard him, the face was suddenly appalled.
they pulled Nick roughly across the counter
And kicked him in the balls. Get the hell out of here, they told him roughly as security grabbed his ass. They threw Nick through the window in a hail of broken glass. Nick took it to the bank, his heart full of trust and dedication. He took it to the bank, but just found pain and defenestration. He took it to the bank and said the words gaming lawyers said to say. But then things went so badly, they wish they'd stayed away. Brad showed up another time, his dedication plain.
I came for gaming lawyer.
He declared, but met jeers and pure disdain.
They branded Brad a fool and called gaming lawyer the father of lies.
Then tossed Brad through the window too, much to his surprise. Now stream chats fill with warnings, tales of bruises, cuts and shame. All those faithful followers now wondering who to blame. Gaming lawyer keeps on playing, his schedule's still the same. Take it to the bank, he says, but doubts now cloud this claim. They took it to the bank, their hearts full of trust and dedication. They took it to the bank, but just found pain and defenestration. They took it to the bank and said the words gaming lawyers said to say. But think twice before you go yourself and face the same humiliation.
Well, Maxie. And hello, EV23. First in the room. Don't know how you do it, but it could have a little something to do with a Control V. Suspicions. There are suspicions of this. And hello, Nick. And hello, Archbishop of the Noodle. What up? How's everyone doing? I'm doing okay this week. I think I'm in a little bit of a weird mood right now because I ate a whole frozen pizza like an hour ago and it made me lethargic. And then I decided to start watching Handmaid's Tale, which is a pretty dark show. So like by the time it was like it's 8 o'clock, I need to get ready to stream. I was like tired and this sort of grim, but I think it was just for watching Handmaid's Tale. I don't know why. It's been on my list of things to watch. I'm just like, all right, I'm gonna check it out. But yeah, then as I'm setting up the stream, I'm like, I'm in a weird mood now. But yeah, I haven't been as things have calmed down a little bit at my job a little bit, and I'm feeling a little better about that. So yeah, that actually makes a big difference. That like not everything at my work is, there's still a few things going on, but it's feeling a little more like I don't know, a friendly place than it was a week ago. So mostly because all the stuff that's going on I was telling you about. I'm not gonna get totally into it, but I had my one-on-one with my manager, my actual manager, yesterday, and she was like, "Yeah, I've seen all the stuff that's been going on." Like, she's like, "I'm really sorry about that. I'm gonna run interference for you because like what you're doing shouldn't be that stressful and it shouldn't be that big a deal." Like, so I was like, "Oh, okay." It made me feel better that my actual person who's actually a boss was sort of like seeing what was happening, and it was like, "Oh, dude, like he's getting way too much pressure put on him over this shit." So surprisingly, that's put me in a significantly better mood now. And also things have just like calmed down a little bit at work. The actual workflow is slowed down a whole bunch, which, brings its own things as a sort of scraping to figure out what we're going to do next. But at least it's not like do 1 million things by tomorrow morning. It's like that feeling is gone. So I don't mind a little change of pace. Yeah, someone has your back. Well, that was the manager who, when she was stressed about like the need for a hot deadline, she could be a little bit intense too. But I don't know. And I've seen this tendency in her too. There's certain things where she's just like, that shouldn't be a big deal. This thing like that they're like worried about should not be as big a deal as they're making it. So like, okay, that's cool. So anyway, that kind of made a difference for that thing. And then nothing else has happened with like that situation. The stuff that I was stressed about, it did seem like it was just one thing after another kept happening, and no new stuff has popped up around that either. So I get the feeling it's sort of like we're gonna work it out, and it's gonna be good. So like, okay, that makes me feel better. And as you can see, I'm still playing Rimworld. Hold on a sec. Gotta check something. I gotta check my Discord. Nope. This is a Maxi. I don't know if you're still there, but I noticed last week you put a grimacing face on my Rimworld stream, and then I was like, "What? Do you not? Or was that supposed to be a smiley face?" I looked at the icon, and it's like the gritting the teeth face. It's like, oh, it's just. I'm not aware that anyone specifically dislikes Rimworld, but then I saw the grimace face, and I was like, wait, does Maxi dislike Rimworld? I don't know. Sometimes I don't know what emojis are supposed to mean anyways, so whatever. But yeah, then all of a sudden, you did it to trigger me. Okay. So like right now, I was gonna bring it up. I don't know. I just thought it was funny. So right now, I was gonna bring it up. I was like, oh, I better look I better look on my Discord and see if he put another grimace face on this week's Rimworld announcement. But it worked. Yeah, that's right. I'm like, I'm so easy to, yeah, I'm easy to trigger. Let me look. But you know what? Your emojis mean a lot to me though, Maxie, because I mean, looking back, a lot of the time you're the only one that leaves emojis. And frequently they are emojis that express some degree of enthusiasm. Like you kept leaving the worm emojis on my Dune Awakening streams. You know, that's what I do it for. That's what I do all of this for. That's what makes it worth it. Just getting every once in a while I look into my Discord, there's a little worm emoji. Makes everything worthwhile. All the effort, the sweat, the tears, the late hours of putting together these background videos, of painstakingly having AI develop new music for my streams. So much I pour into this. So, but yeah, then I see the grimacing emoji and it's like, I need to figure out what that's all about. Oh my gosh. Matus, what are you doing here this early? Wait a minute. I don't even think I said the intro yet that you never, because you never heard the term "take it to the bank." So like recently I played a song about taking it to the bank and you're like, this is not a catchphrase on his channel, and everyone was like, yeah, it is. You have to be there at the beginning of the stream. So let me see. Let me simulate a normal beginning of the stream. Well, I did that part. Well. But then I launched into something. Usually I say, well. And then I say, it's Thursday night. And you know what that means, right, EV23? It's a Good and Glorious stream every Thursday night for time immemorial. 10 years now. Haven't missed a single stream. You can take it to the bank. There you go. That's take it to the bank. Fits right in around there. So now, Matus, I figured it's early enough in the stream I could just flip that in there and you could experience the take it to the bank in its semi-natural habitat. Your ATM card is in your other pants and you can't go to the bank? Well, I don't know if you've heard the song, Matus, but probably better you don't go to the bank. That's all I'm saying. It's, it's actually just it's a turn of phrase. It's just an expression. But some people do go to the bank and it does not work out well for them. I've heard many stories. I think Nick has told the most stories, but horrible experiences that occurred. He actually showed up at the bank and presented my name as if it were some sort of a currency which they did not honor, apparently. So, yeah, more Rimworld. What else did I did play a little bit of Dragon Quest XI this week. So I would like to finish Dragon Quest XI. I've been chipping it away at this playthrough for like, I think over a year now. I've started the game like 3 times. I got really far one of the earlier times. Well, really, comparatively. Probably 25 hours in. Now I think I'm probably, 70 hours into this playthrough. I still don't know that I'm necessarily near the end. I keep thinking I'm getting near the end, and then stuff will happen that will make me think like, oh, I'm barely like entering the last chapter or whatever. But it's a good game. Yeah, I mean, the Rimworld does have it. I do have alternative background music, but for the actual Rimworld, but I decided to let my own music play in the background. Let's see, what's the well, I was gonna close my Discord window. I think nope, still no new emoji from Maxie. Boy, I'm gonna get so triggered. I'll be triggered even if he doesn't. That'll trigger me too. It's a trigger situation for me right now. So if I turn this down, here's the actual music that I have for Rimworld, which is actually nice music too. I want to say, did I have oh, that's too loud probably. Civic background. Oh, I don't have it super long. I was wondering if I chose a bunch of music, because sometimes I'll take like 10 minutes worth of the soundtrack and just loop the video. But this one is, I think, just I chose one Rimworld track. This is from the actual soundtrack for Rimworld that I like. But the Dune Awakening, and you know that music was actually just music that I made with Suno, right? The Dune Awakening, it's just the music that I made for Dune Awakening because I was tired of getting my videos being threatened because I kept playing music tracks as my background music that were getting claimed. Not that I don't even turn my ads on. I haven't turned my ads on my streams for like 6 years. Probably longer. But it's the principle of the matter. And also knowing that my streams sometimes get blocked in Belarus or some other Eastern Bloc country. Hurts a little bit. I don't think anyone over there ever watches my shit. But it still hurts a little bit knowing that they can't watch it in Belarus because I chose to play music that got claimed. Hey, Jack. I randomly popped up on your recommended, so I'm getting exposure. Thanks. That's good to know. You know what I think it is, though? I think it's the Rimworld. I think Rimworld gets attention. Because I play plenty of games that, normally I just play whatever. I stream whatever I'm playing that week. I don't have like a theme on my channel. And a lot of the games that I choose to play, YouTube decides not to share with many people. But Rimworld, there are a few games that whenever I play it, it seems like YouTube will sometimes go a little more out of the way. Maybe like Rimworld is one of those in-demand games that doesn't get streamed enough or something. What other ones are? Crusader Kings 3 is another one that I play like once every year or two. And whenever I do, it'll get like hundreds of views, which on my channel is a lot. I think I got over 100 views on my Rimworld stream last week. That's not why I'm streaming Rimworld. I'm streaming it because I like it and I feel like playing it. But yeah, Jack, Rimworld is Rimworld has the fan base, like the people who like Rimworld really like Rimworld. So, and I think that's, justifiable. I think Rimworld's a really, for people who are into this kind of game and into Rimworld, it's like, it doesn't really get much better than Rimworld. Unless if you can really get into Dwarf Fortress and you get past the vertical learning curve, maybe Dwarf Fortress is better if you're willing to invest that much effort. I think Rimworld is like that nice balance of accessible, but also still like there's a lot going on in Rimworld. If I keep playing copyrighted music, they'll take me to the bank. Well, that's the thing is what I'm saying. I don't monetize my videos, so they can't take it to the bank. Well, actually, you know what they do? Actually, they will then monetize the video and claim the ad revenue. I forgot about that. When they do copyright claims, like my streams, I don't put ads on them. I can because I like grandfathered in the golden age of YouTube gaming. So technically I'm still like a YouTube partner or whatever they call it. Not that I ever made it, if you're getting 100 views, you're not going to make much ad revenue. So that's the one reason I was like, well, I like my small streams. Why should I inconvenience the people that watch me with ads when I might for the whole night make like 2 cents? Sort of silly. I'd rather people not have to deal with ads. So, but when I would get my copyright claims, a lot of time they will then monetize the video, put up ads, and then the copyright owner claims the money. But the thing is there aren't many people watch after a live stream's over. Not many people watch the VOD. So like, who cares? It's not like that there's a yeah, most of the people aren't here for the game anyways. They tolerate whatever game I'm going to play. They're here for the good company. You know? People see Spiffing Brit doing organ harvesting in Rimworld and want more shenanigans. All right. You went to the gym twice this past week, lifting 17.5 pound dumbbells. That sounds like a lot of weight. Not so much that it would be hard to lift 17.5 pounds, but it could be like hard to do reps like of that much weight. A machine that can strengthen your back, pectorals, and some other stuff, and it helps your back a bit. Okay. 45 seconds of gameplay.
45 seconds of gameplay.
Yeah, I'm not gonna play yet, but I figure I could bring forth the animation quickly enough. Let's see. We went camping, cabin camping this past weekend with my wife's extended family. And that's my big health accomplishment this week, is that I did not totally screw up my diet. I did have biscuits and gravy and a breakfast burrito. But it used to be when I'd go camping, I'd be bringing like Cheetos and candy bars and drinking Mountain Dew for 3 days straight. And I was drinking water or like sugar-free flavored water. And aside from the morning, there's a shop near where the cabin is that we go to. It's a little Mexican restaurant. And this is like small. It's basically almost just like a gas station based town with a couple restaurants nearby. It's way out in the middle of nowhere. Oh, wait, so there's this little hole-in-the-wall Mexican place that's got these awesome breakfast burritos. So, and the biscuits and gravy. That is some naughty shit. So, in terms of my own health updates for the week, it's that went camping, and that's why I didn't go to the gym. I think most of my physical activity for the last few months has been yard work. There's a lot of like weed whacking and mowing to do. So that sort of has been my exercise. Wait, I couldn't take you to the bank at 10. Oh, at 10 o'clock. Yeah, well, I guess like what you referenced, you could go to one of those ATM kiosks and insert your, you have a gaming lawyer debit card, don't you? Isn't that what you all get? One of those channel perks? Pretty sure y'all should have gotten one in the mail at some point. The 17.5 dumbbells weren't too heavy. You'd be doing 15-pound dumbbells for... Okay. This is the different type of thing, too, especially once you get kind of used to it. The only thing I know is that a couple of times I've done like 5-pound little hand dumbbell things, but I would do it having not exercised at all for like ever. And then the first thing I do is pick up a couple 5-pound dumbbells and do like 40 reps. And then like I can't move my arms for the next 3 days. Like I wake up the next morning, I go, oh, I can't, my arms are curled up and I can't put them down. And then someone's like, you got to watch that. You got to start with a lighter thing. You work up to the heavier stuff. But in the moment, at first I'm like, hey, I can lift this, 5 pounds, no problem. And I just didn't realize my body was going to punish me for that later. Don't get drunk before putting up the tent. We actually, we stayed in a cabin. It worked out kind of nice because like a lot of the extended family, it's a big property that like I think my brother-in-law, one of his friends owns it, but he used to live there, but now he just uses it like a vacation thing. He's got like a 4-wheeler, and there's a lake and some like dune buggy trails and stuff around there. And then he just uses it like to let his friends to have getaways. So once a year now, I think it's the 4th year that we've done it, where basically all my wife's like brothers and our nieces and nephews and her mom We all spend like 3 or 4 days up there. And it's basically like a house that where this guy lived, but it's got spaces to like set up tents and places to park campers and all. It's like sort of a big, it's like a little campground, except it's private property. So at this point, like most of the people have campers. So if the first couple of years we brought tents, but I don't know. There's come a point where we're just like, hey, there's a cabin right there. It's nice to just be able to get up in the middle of the night and like walk over to the bathroom and like right at the other side of the room type of thing. So the stumbling in the dark with a headlamp on, you know. Were there any people in your class in law school that you thought shouldn't be there? Well, no, not really. Well, shouldn't be there in what sense? Like ethically? Or like they weren't smart enough? Because one of the things that shocked me in law school was in my undergraduate, I was never top of my class, but I always felt like I wasn't trying to be. Like I was balancing social life and all this other stuff. And I was always like, if I went like balls to the wall to just do as good at school as I could and just at the expense of everything else, I could do pretty well. And I always felt like, this is arrogant. Always like, I'm the smarter. I always felt like I was smarter than most, not everyone else, but most other people. And then when I went to law school, like I got into the hardest, most like competitive law school that I could get into, where my GPA and my LSAT score were just like right at that cusp of just barely being able to get in. And I actually applied 3 years in a row. And I got accepted in the third year. And because I wasn't on fire to go to law school, but I was like, if I'm going to go to law school, I want to go to a law school that I want to go to. There were a lot of like lower ranked law schools that I could have gotten into right away. But I was like, if I'm gonna, it's not like you get a discount for going to not as a good law school. In retrospect, maybe I was the one that shouldn't have been there. Because, well, here's the thing, is I knew people that went to some of those lower tier law schools. And if you end up in the top of the class in a lower tier law school, that's actually puts you in a pretty good place. But if you're at the 50th percentile, like right in the middle of the pack of a higher ranked law school, you're not impressing anybody. No one's like, oh my, look, he was at the 51st percentile at Loyola Law School. Yeah, Maxie got it. Eli was the guy that shouldn't be there. Not to say that I shouldn't be there, but just that it may be better to be at the top of the pack in a less prestigious school than to be unremarkable in a more impressive school. And that's what I felt like. And I was, especially that first year, I was busting my ass, because what happens in that first year, where you rank that first year, sort of is the make it or break it for like what's going to happen for the next 2 years. So, and I was like right in the middle of the pack, a percentile, like literally like probably right around the 50%. I was right in the middle, and I was busting my ass, and I realized it was humbling, because I was always used to like, if I really apply myself, I'm going to be in the top 5%. That's how I felt. I'm going to be in the top 5%. If I really apply myself. And I really applied myself, and I was like, right. And I was like, oh my God, these people that I'm going to school with are fucking smart. Like, they're crazy smart. So, anyway. The key is to sabotage the other students. Oh, that's gnarly. No, there was never that kind of rivalry. I think there are certain ways of weighting the grades that like certain programs can do that make it a little more cutthroat. Like a bell curve, right? Where only 2 people can get an A. And it's like all like, and if you're not one of them. Ours was a standard deviation, which meant that they took the overall average of the entire class, and what you were graded on was how far you were away from that average. So it's true that not everybody could get A's, but it also wasn't like everyone who got a good grade or got a higher grade was screwing everybody else. It still did, I guess there was still the underlying, it did create a certain air of competition, but there was no one like hiding the books in the library or pulling any nasty shit on each other. No, it wasn't like that at all. Unless they were doing it to me the whole time and I didn't know it because I was too dumb. Because, like I said, they were real smart. Mentioned ethically, were they all psychopaths? Nah, not at all. That was one thing that I was, I don't know if surprised is the right word, but like when I was growing up and in college and stuff, I never wanted to be a lawyer. I thought lawyers were sleazy. It wasn't until later that I wasn't sure what to do, and I went into like into career counseling and stuff to figure out what I wanted to do. And it turned out that a lot of the things that I wanted in a career was something I could get in law. And it wasn't about being like outsmarting people in courtrooms and making, which I don't do. I'm not that kind of lawyer. But that's where I was like, lawyers are always trying to like screw each other over and find ways of like outsmarting each other and like screwing the other side and all that stuff. And like whatever sleazy tactics. And it's like, I'm like, I don't want to be a lawyer, but yeah, I was surprised. And I have met lawyers that are like, oh my God, I've had some encounters. But by and large, everyone just seemed more or less down to earth. And people who I've met who were in litigation, it could be the you know, the environments in which I met people, academic environments. I did an externship with the state of California, so it'd probably be a bit different in the private sector. But I spoke, you know, with plenty of lawyers who were in private practice as well, and I think that was a thing that, you know, it was like my impression that all lawyers were kind of creepos and stuff was like, that was not accurate. A lot of them, or most of the people in law school and people who were practicing law were actually like very decent people, just trying to do a good job, you know. So you remember next time you visit your doctor, not all of them were A students. I'm pretty sure I've experienced that, you know, as long as, you know, there's you get second opinions. I haven't had really bad problems with doctors. So, but I also haven't had a lot of like serious medical issues where if I had a bad doctor, it could really screw me up, you know. Maybe I could be going that direction as I get older. That reminds me, I need to follow up with my doctor. I got a few now that I'm old. I got like health things I got to worry about. I think I'm supposed to do like labs every 3 months or something, and I think I was due in June for my latest round. So I'm not someone that goes 10 years without going to the doctor. I know there's some people like that, but I am someone that'll like let a few extra months slip by when I shouldn't. Yeah, other lawyers were less sleazy than me. I don't think I was ever sleazy either. It's hard to gauge though. Like I always thought I was like one of the most morally upstanding people when I was younger, growing up and in my 20s and everything else. And I think as I got older and I was able to look back at a lot of things I did. I was never a terrible person, but I look back and I'm like, I'm not like this great person. Like I was never like leading, you know, I knew people that were like, they were volunteering for charities all the time, all this other stuff as I got older. And I'm like, I never did any of that shit. Typically I made a point to always try to treat people well and be good to people. And I think that was the thing that was the most important to me. But even then I realized later that like, I didn't always succeed in doing that either. But usually whenever it was the time, I thought I was you know, I thought I was justified whatever I did this way or that way. But looking back, I never thought, I don't think I was ever a bad person, but I look back and I go, I definitely was not some paragon of virtue that I seemed like to regard myself as. It's like, oh no, there are a lot of people that if you're going to objectively measure like how good, there's a good score for everyone. I would not be topping that list either. I probably end up being like, you know, well, I'd like to think I'm above the median on that point, but I don't know. I definitely don't feel like I'm in the top 10% in terms of like awesome, like benevolent character. I was only sleazy in TJ. It's funny you should mention that, Maxi, but not specifically TJ, but just sort of like my single life, like meeting people and sometimes ghosting people after the fact was like, those are the sort of things I look back on as like, oh, that wasn't very nice. You know, I meet someone and see him a few times and then I'd be like, nah, I don't think it's working out. I just kind of like, sometimes I tell them, sometimes I just sort of like slowly disappear. I don't know if I flat out ever like 100% ghosted people. I probably did, but that's one of those things I looked at later and I was like, that probably like really hurt their feelings. But is there a clear pathway to policy writing or work at a think tank, or is it networking? No, I don't think there really is a clear pathway to any of that. I think one of the main things you can do is find out if you want to do something like that and have the flexibility to volunteer. I think for most people, networking is a thing, but even that's like, you can't just, you know, you can't just schmooze your way exactly where you want to go. It could definitely help. And in law school, they did emphasize networking as being the end all be all. But the reality is if you have 500 potential lawyers and they're all trying to network, it's still, you know, that's not like the solution that's going to get everybody where they want to be. I think that that's the main thing is when you're in law school, try to get as high grades as you can. That's one of the big secrets, is being in the top 5% of your class makes you a lot more appealing for getting into those places where you want to be. So like I said, I was middle of the pack. You could not really dictate like, I want to do this thing, and then you just can do anything you want. There's not that you don't have any power over like where you end up or any influence over where you go up, but there are a lot of things that are considered sort of prestigious, difficult things to get into, and most of those doors are just sort of closed if you're not in the top of your class. And even networking, it's just really hard to, you know, to be able to get, you know, find and get in with the right people that are in a position to be able to, you know, open those kind of doors for you. So that's one thing. If you're like, we're gonna go to law school and you're gonna ask me for, first off, it's been 20 years, so it's probably different now than it was, but in certain ways it's probably a lot that's still the same. And I feel like I'd be the worst person to get advice from, just because like I never was able to work the system to get where I wanted to be. It kind of like, I'm in a place now that I kind of like, but that was after a lot of years of like things not going so well for me and struggling to find work and struggling to have steady pay and all that stuff. Yes, TJ is Tijuana. Yeah. Tijuana, Mexico. I grew up in San Diego, or San Diego County, rather, not the city. I was probably about 40 minutes from the border. So it was a pretty big thing for kids my age. When you turned 18, you were allowed to go. In Mexico, that was old enough to go to the clubs and drink. So not everybody who was 18 in San Diego went to Tijuana, but that was like an official, like, big deal for a lot of people. And I was one of those people. And hey, look, it's Stone. How you doing, Stone? Just coming in here to call EV23 the nerdiest EV. And Evie is very thankful for that. The big thing with your friends was MJ, not TJ. What's MJ? Hey, Brad. What are you doing up at this late hour? I don't know if y'all have noticed, but now that Brad's not in China anymore, it's not easy for him to stay up through my entire streams anymore. He's not like the rest of you weirdos who stay up till 3 in the morning watching my shit. not that I don't appreciate it, but sometimes like when I end my stream and I'm like, I'm so tired, I'm like, good God, like Nick and Maxie and you know, EV2 is a couple hours ahead. It's like, you guys, yeah, how do you do that? That's why I make sure that each and every one of you gets a special G-Law branded debit card that you can take to the bank for special perks. No, he's back in the U.S. Yeah, got weird. Stuff went a little wacky with his, you know, get like the visa and work, and I think he's trying to get back. But right now he's for the foreseeable future back in the U.S. He's been back for I don't know, a couple months now, right? He ate all the Chinese food and they made him leave. A British Petroleum. Oh, Mary Jane? I thought maybe MJ was like a place. Like Mount Jasper? Is that where the raves used to be? There was when I was growing up in San Diego County, there were places where there were like big parties in the hills, like in there'd be like clearings in the brush where big parties would happen all the time. I don't think I ever went to one of those. I'd hear about them. We maybe tried to show up one or two, and they're always like those who happen to be the ones that either everyone had already left, or nobody was showing up to that one. So, you know, again, I could have just been tricked. They told me and my nerd friends the wrong place. I'm like, hey, where's the party? It's just us and 3 other confused looking nerds showed up. Redneck parties. All right. 3 hours here. Yeah. Wait, you're on the full on East Coast. Brad's on the East Coast. I know others are, but I know you, like, just about everyone who hangs out in here is time zones to the east of me. And then there was Brad, who was always like, I'd wrap up my stream at midnight, and that was 4 in the afternoon for him. So 4 in the afternoon the next day, mind you, but still. And Stone, you're in Texas as well, so that's 2 hours. Does Texas have more than one time zone? Or is it all, I don't know which time zone Texas. I think it's Central, right? Yeah, it's 2 hours ahead. All right. Misery. And see, I get a little bit, hey, yeah, Nick is totally East Coast. I got a little bit confused about like all the middle states, exactly where they fall, whether they're central or eastern, because I don't have it set in my head where that line is. So, and I also don't have it set in my head where exactly all the states are either. I just know, like, I can trace the outline of the country, but all the stuff in the middle, I'm like, I don't know exactly, like, is that one on top of the other one, or is it to the left of it or the right of it? I don't always know how the puzzle pieces all, like, where exactly all of them go. I just have rough ideas. I know roughly where everything is. But, well, yeah, Texas. Well, that's where I said I could draw an outline of the United States, more or less. And pretty much like if I just did the states on the edges, I sort of have that down. And I think it may be just the way my brain remembers information. It's just once you start getting in the middle where like, oh, was that one to the left of the other one or to the right of the other? Was that further east or further west of the other? This one further west of that one, whatever. You can draw Wyoming. I don't even know. Can't remember what Wyoming is shaped like. Is it one of the squares? Some states are just like squares, or a square with a little squiggle in the corner type of thing. We have more Gulf coastline than Florida. Yeah, I guess you would. I mean, I think Florida between Atlantic and Gulf has probably more coastline, I would guess, but I wouldn't even be sure of that. But yeah, Texas is like it's huge. It's a pure rectangle. Okay. Yeah, most states have some sort of a weird little some sort of weird squiggle. Like I think Oregon is square-ish, but it's got some weird squiggles on the edges. You know, it's important to have those squiggles. It gives the state character. Be a little asymmetrical. So I have a confession to make about my Rimworld game. I know for those of you who watched last week, some fairly dramatic things happened. I started a new save. I was so demoralized by the idea of what happened. I used the same world seed. I regenerated the same characters, but I changed the personality traits just a little bit. Because for those who don't know, I made three Crash survivors. There's G-Law, which is a stand-in for me. There's Mr. Slaw, which is a stand-in for my wife. And there's my fictitious brother, Slim. Fictitious older brother. Who's the hunter who takes care of, provides. And about 3 days into our being marooned, I think I was researching at the research table and my wife casually walked by, told me that our marriage was over. And then within a week, her and my brother were sleeping together. And it was just too much. It was too much for me to handle. Are we still playing Dune? Does it say I'm playing Dune somewhere? Shouldn't. You trying to trigger me again, Maxie? Did I make the bread? No, all I did was I took the lazy trait off of G-Law. So that because the whole reason. Oh, you're asking Stone. That's okay. I was thinking about, I at least need to log into Dune and pack my base away. But I was actually thinking, I've been a little bit game weird too this week. Like I think I'm still on Rimworld, but I thought about Dune a little bit again. But yeah, so I basically, now the other thing that I realized several hours into my new gameplay that I did mess up with the characters is, one of the expansions that I got that I'd never played before is called Biotech. And one of the mechanics they bring to Biotech is the ability to have children that grow up and age and become adults. And that's sort of a generational thing, which was not part of the original base game when it launched. And so I was like, oh, cool. So maybe I'll have like G-Law, Mr. Slaw can have some babies. And so my plan was to make us the ages we were when we met. So I would be like 31 and Mr. Slaw would be 29, which are the ages we were in real life. But somehow, because they generate, when you're making your characters, they generate random characters, and then you use this mod to like you can modify them however you want, change their appearance, change their traits, everything else. And one thing I forgot to change with Mr. Slaw is that she's like 45 years old. And in games like this, where people can get pregnant, often they're not kind to people in their 40s in terms of their chances of getting pregnant. So at that point, I'm like, oh, I went through all that to have the kids, and then wanting to have kids, and then I made the Mr. Slaw the like 15 years older than me or something. I don't know. You told me so that you need another guy. You did say that. You did say that. Let me see. I might as well get into the game. I can talk while it's paused too. Plus, I know y'all. There are people that are here just for the Rimworld. That's hard to say. There's 9 people. I know Jack. If Jack's still here, Jack probably came from the Rimworld. But then I talked for another half hour, and he was probably like, "What? This guy does he actually ever play the game?" It's like I didn't hear it. I didn't come here to hear him talk about Tijuana. What? Why is he talking about Tijuana now? All right. Oh, I just realized I should get rid of move my little G-Law icon. Here, maybe I'll move it there. That way you still all can know whose stream you're watching, but it won't interfere with the game interface. You're hoping that this wife isn't a two-timing bitch? So far, the relationship's been pretty stable. And also, just to maybe help reduce the thing, I added a mod called Less Stupid Romance Attempt. So, it's basically, now I don't think it prevents like people from inappropriate flirting, but it does prevent flirting. Like, what the real thing I think it prevents is if there's someone who's interested in someone else, but there's like the compatibility chance is almost nil. All that'll happen is they'll ruin their relations with that person if they keep hitting on them and they're getting rebuffed, getting rebuffed, so it's supposed to help prevent that kind of shit. But so far, my brother and my wife have not been hitting on each other. And I'm not sure if this mod is helping with that, but I like to think that it is. Rimworld, more like Rim Job. The way this game comes apart, Rimworld reminds me of Rim something else. Like Pacific Rim, the movie about, was that robots? The Outer Rim, which is where Tatooine was. Isn't that where Tatooine was? The Outer Rim in the Star Wars galaxy. Lots of rims that you could be talking about. All right, let's go to load game. Go to G-Law main. So I actually had the seeds, the worlds are procedurally generated, but you can use seeds. And the seed that I made for the original game was literally G-Law, G-L-A-W. So that was easy enough to actually, and the whole world is exactly the same. And I found the exact same cell on the map. And so this is like down to the each little box is the same as it was before. And the basic layout of the base is about the same as it was before. If you had a brother or wife, they'd all be like, "Ruple me? What?" But look. And we have some extra people now. But and now Slim is in a relationship with Rosie. Savannah Rosie Adkins, who's also 45 and probably not likely to have kids. They were just random, like, refugees that came asking for help. Same with Polo, who I haven't renamed yet. Maybe I could name him Stone, because he's gonna be able to, he's gonna get better, but right now he can't walk. He's got mobility issues. Is that terrible for me to be like? I'm like, hey, yeah, you can be like Stone, the one with the mobility, who's got the problems. It's like, it's more like my way of supporting, of being support. I've named this guy, Polo Miller. You'll just run me over. Let me see. Here, is this where you? That's another mod to be able to change people's names whenever. He doesn't even have a separate nickname. His nickname will be Stone. There we go. And he's got something called paralytic abasia, a neurological condition that makes a person unable to walk. But patients do recover naturally, but the process is slow. So, and I think once he recovers, he's going to be a full resident of our place. Let's see. The only other problem he has, well, I guess it depends on your perspective. But one of his character traits is women. It's misogynist. So you can see in his socials, he does not like Mr. Slaw. But how come he likes Rosie? Rosie's a female. There are other females. Why does he specifically dislike Mr. Slaw? Oh, they're rivals? Ah. All right. Now, I don't know. I know what's going on. Social. It's just flat out negative 25 because it's a woman. So you just you ran her over with your misogyny, Stone. Okay. Oh, we've got Wolfmouth. Wolfmouth has been trained to haul. And oh, it looks like he's just got trained to rescue. I'm not going to train him to attack because that's just a good way to get pets killed. But he can do all sorts of other. We have a bunch of chickens now. Oh, we had some sick chickens before. That's just hen 1, hen 4, hen 3. There's Chauncey, the original chicken. It was Chauncey and Diego, but then one of the younger males I renamed to Cockknocker, and he is now the primary. Oh. We only need one male chicken. So, sorry, other male chickens. This is a harsh chicken society. Look at Cockknocker getting it on with Chauncey. You know, that's your mom, Cockknocker. Typical Cockknocker behavior. And then we just killing chickens right in front of them. Don't mind me. It's killing your brothers. Well, one of the reasons why I keep letting them breed is because we've been having a food shortage. I had all of these farms, these crops growing, and then there was a cold snap, which is where for a few days all the temperatures go below 0, and all of our crops died. And so you can see, like, we basically have all meat here, and that's because I've made up for that with hunting. But let me see, are there any berries around that I haven't picked yet? Berries are, here's one. Just that one bush. Here's another. Okay, there's some more berries down here. Oh, there's berries. The berry bushes keep regenerating berries, so. All right. That'll get us some a nice little flow of berries, I think. Oh, we're out of. Speaking of stone, we're out of. This is our little stone supply here. Have more slate chunks, marble chunks. I was working with sandstone, although there's sandstone all over these walls. I can always mine more sandstone if I want sandstone. Oh, here's some sandstone. Here. Oh, there's so much stone around. I've got this. There are different types of stones all over the game, and each sort of little biome may have different types of stone. So here we have marble and slate and sandstone. And I've been using marble for the walls, although in this section I started using slate. This is our prison. This is our medical sick bay. G-Law got promoted to he's some low-ranking imperial official, so he has to have a throne. Everyone's very impressed by his little throne room. Yeah, I got solar panels right up here. Solar panel. Have solar panels and wind power. And until recently, all I was using was were the windmills. But you know, it's if the wind dies down, and then I have these batteries collect, so that if the power supply stops, there's still like quite a bit of time of reserve power in the batteries. Send some more people to your prison. I don't think I don't think you just decide to imprison somebody. I don't think it works that way. People end up imprisoned. Usually it's because if they were people that attacked your base and in the combat they didn't die and you elected not to execute them. Sometimes there are reasons to do that. Especially if it turns out they're like highly skilled. Then you might nurse them back to health and try to convert them. But that's how you usually end up with prisoners. But I couldn't just be like, hey, I don't like Slim the way he's carrying that rock. And then I click there's no like send Slim to jail button. I don't think. There. Draft. Social. I've actually never looked into it. But I don't think that's unowned. It's just like assign to Slim. No. When you get prisoners, they get automatically assigned. Mr. Sloth should be sent straight to jail. There should be a mod for that. Well, I think there's like, if they do certain things, then it opens up the options. If they do things that are considered crimes. For example, people can snap or they can get drunk and get in fights. They can do things, they can do bad things that, you know, for various reasons will happen. Sometimes people just don't get along and they end up snapping one day and get into a fight. And then there can be a situation where, depending on the nature of the fight, like if one person kills the other, whatever, then that person someone might end up being considered a criminal. And you can banish them or probably imprison them at that point. Accuse people of witchcraft. There's an expansion called Ideology that I think might allow that sort of thing. It was, I think that for me would have been more expansion that I could deal with all at once, because I already bought 2 new expansions. I think there were 4 new expansions that came out since the last time I'd played this 6 years ago. And Ideology is the one that has all sorts of stuff about belief systems and things like that. I could very well see there being like a witchcraft / witch hunt dynamic. Although I honestly don't know what all is in it. I just know those expansions will have like a certain theme, and then we'll just have like a ton of features. All right, finished jug production research. The reason I was doing that, not because I want to be the next Walter White, but because I want to be able to have like actual medications, to be able to make medications. Did that open up a drug bench? Production, fuel smithy, electric smithy. Drug lab. There we go. Here, we'll make a drug lab. Oh, and we should make chairs too. So if people have to work at these, they can be comfortable. But yeah, this has been pretty tame. One thing, I probably shouldn't even admit this, but I have the difficulty of this game set to the one level below normal because this game throws a lot at you, and sometimes like soul-crushingly a lot at you on the normal difficulty. And I was like, coming into this not wanting to feel stressed, I was like, I still want some shit to go wrong, but they describe it as like, you know, still a little bit of a challenge, but a slightly more relaxed experience. I think I can still change it at any time. Options. I'm planning on changing it right now. But yeah, modify. There's the 3 different storytellers, for those who don't know. Each one has a different style. So Cassandra Classic is the sort of the default. Create story events on a classic increasing curve of challenge and tension. She'll push you with dangerous events, then group breathing room, then come back to push once more. But once you get going in the game and it ramps up, she can be pretty ruthless. But let's see. Like, I could probably get away with adventure story. You know what? I'm gonna up it to adventure story. But I think by default it's on adventure story. There's Randy Random, which is basically like there's no ramping up. Nothing could happen, or something catastrophic could happen, like when you're trying to set up your first shelter. Like a lava storm could wipe out your whole you have no idea, but it doesn't. Cassandra Classic kind of lets you build up. And then there's Chillax, who, if you put her on hard, she can still like absolutely fuck you, but she gives you lots of time between the disasters. So I think that's the main difference, is it's not a steady flow of calamities, but calamities, you know, whatever the difficulty is, she will still send calamities your way. But this is Cassandra Classic is sort of the most, what's considered most normal, like typical standard experience. But they did actually, the next level up, they still described as a slightly relaxed experience. So, because that's one thing that I have noticed is I've gotten several raids, but the raids are always like one dude with a baseball bat. I'm like, usually the raids are ramping up, and I don't want to be overwhelmed, but I also, like, the most dangerous thing that's happened to me is the cold snap that killed all my crops, which was like, that was a little bit of an oh shit moment. But it's different than looking up and seeing a bunch of people charging your base with like rocket launchers and shit. There's some medium between a group of people with mortars and rocket launchers versus one dude with a baseball bat. It's a crude club. Just realized I got all this tutorial stuff. Shelves store 3 times as much as empty ground. I do. I made a lot of shelves. Mark has learned. Forbidding doors. You can forbid doors so that colonists and tame animals won't go through them. It's not locked. or doors are always locked. So the enemies can't pass freely, but the colonists usually can. It just forbids them from using the door. But if they go crazy, they might use it anyways. Who's got tannered apparel? I don't know how to make him get dressed. Gear? He's got some shitty pants. I can't very well make him walk. Like if I assign clothes to him, well, he has people that are tending him. You have any t-shirts? Gear? No, it just says stone cannot walk. All right. Can't somebody make... Can you put... You can feed him. You can strip him. But you can't clothe him, apparently. One guy with the... It's pretty hardcore for the one guy with the baseball bat. Although we do only have 3 guns. So, like, at this point, whenever we get attacked, the other 3 people, I have them hang back. Good old Rosie. But poor Slim. Where Rosie, why are you working on... You're not sleepy? Oh, no, she's not. Why the hell is she, like, wide awake at 4 in the morning? She must have got up early. Is it super cold in there? 57 degrees. Huh. Yeah, maybe I need to install another heater. We're gonna do a copy. Seems like those areas are having trouble. 67, that's fine. Yeah, the bedrooms are okay, but some of these work areas, I was just seeing like the misty breath coming off of her, and I'm like, why is it? It shouldn't be that cold indoors. That's because I haven't, I think I haven't put enough heating. Let's see, so we know about forbidden doors. Meditation schedule. I don't particularly... Yeah, there's all sorts of ways you can, like, change when people do things, but I haven't messed with that too much. But it could make sense. Like, some people have the trait Night Owl, so you could have 2 people that are specialists in the same thing, and have one person basically doing the night shift, if you wanted to get elaborate about it. Medical treatment needed. Okay, Rosie... Yeah, Rosie has asthma, which occasionally requires treatment. So probably after she has breakfast, she's going to go up to the infirmary. Yeah. And then G-Law is the doctor, so why don't we force G-Law to walk away from his desk for a second so he can go... I was like, so he can go treat Rosie, but instead he's just going to sit on his crown, his throne, and meditate. That's fine, too. Meditation doesn't last forever. Should I consider... I have a good deal of meat. Maybe I should consider... we should pick this stone up, too. Maybe I should consider doing some more hunting. I could have him hunt badgers. Think badgers are good eating? I was having him hunt llamas earlier, but we're... I don't want to hunt anything to extinction. I mean, not that the whole world wouldn't have llamas anymore. I also feel a little bad. Llamas are like, they're like pack animals. You know, you should only eat the animals that aren't useful. You don't think I should eat badgers? We don't need no stinking badgers. But Brad, I'm a little surprised. Well, I guess I was gonna say, because you seem to be a fan of making my characters in games eat anything. But usually, I guess that's inanimate objects. It's more your preference. Boulders, chairs, things of that nature. Oh, there's another. Here, harvest that. Is Miss Slaw gonna go picking some berries? Oh, she's gathering sandstone. Why is she gathering sand? Oh, is she doing... I don't know what she's up to. All I know is I've set a lot of berries to be harvested. Maybe they're either already were harvested or they deberrified. Are there raccoons in the game? I'm sure there are. This game has a ridiculous variety of animals. Let's see. Here's a red fox, some deer, a buck. Oh no, she is gathering. There's some muffalos. I actually, at one point, one of the muffalos went mad and attacked us. Oh no! Maybe I should kill the cougar. All right, you know what? The cougar is going to fuck everything up. So I'm just going to put a death warrant on that cougar. Yep. Cougar's just going to go kill all the other wildlife. Your time is limited, cougar. Yeah, it's actor, comedian, Red Fox. It really is a game that simulates everything, you know. Including Sanford and Son. Let me see, what other fun animals? There's a squirrel. There's the gerbils, guinea pigs. Quite a few guinea pigs wandering around. There's a turtle, a tortoise. Pardon me. More guinea pigs. I wish guinea pigs had more meat because we got a lot of them around. Badgers. Here's Wolfmouth is out collecting, hauling stuff like a good dog. Here's some more donkeys. I had donkeys in the last playthrough. It was Don Quixote. There's a hare. Another squirrel. Doesn't look like we got any raccoons. But yeah, so one of the muffalos went mad and attacked. Every once in a while, an animal will become a man hunter or a man killer. It'll like charge your base and kill anyone it sees. There you go. Here, somebody should haul that dough. Might as well. Is this already? That thing's already going bad. I guess that cougar's been around for a while, causing havoc, and I didn't notice. The raccoons are assholes. Yeah, they got some attitude. I've had run-ins with raccoons before. My mom used to, at one of the houses she lived in, there were raccoons in the neighborhood. She thought they were so cute, so she used to throw food out for them. Like, she'd throw dog food out for them, or cat food, on her back patio. And there was a family of, like, 8 raccoons, and they all would come every night, like, when it was around dinner time, and look in the windows at her like, where's our fucking cat food? And she'd throw the cat food out, and they'd eat it, and then you'd hear them running around on the roof afterwards and doing all other stuff. But it was so funny watching this whole crowd. It's just like they knew that they'd feed them cat food at a certain time, and they'd all show up. But like the looks on their faces just looked so like, where the fuck is our food? They didn't look like happy. They just looked like, like, come on, hurry. get it. Bring our food. What's this guy doing? Are you eating my crops? I don't know if they eat crops. I cannot confirm or deny. Let's see. What can I make with the drug table? Cleaner? Oh, you have to use... Oh, you need to brew beer to make cleaner? What is this stuff? Emetic? A crude, disgusting liquid used to vomit out any bad food left in the stomach. Oh, okay. I think this is one of my mods added this. If you get food poisoning, this will help with that. Okay. What else can I make? I can make joints. I think I have to grow the leaves, the smoke leaves for that. Yeah, smoke leaves, which I don't have. And then what exactly does cleaner do? I mean, view cleaner. Medicinal liquor used to clean out any bad food left in the stomach. Oh, it's more food poisoning stuff. You just give it to someone regardless to make them puke? What are your feelings about that, Brad? I know you've often been a big fan of suggesting that I ingest things. How about regurgitation? You have any strong opinions about that? Let's see. What can I make with the electric smithy? Simple helmets. Axe. Gladius. Mace. There's a whole bunch of stuff I could learn to make from smithing. Or I can go straight to machining. Although all this stuff is more about guns. If I need melee weapons, that's where smithing comes in handy. And long swords and spears. That'd be kind of cool. Like people have handguns and rifles, but then when someone gets close, they whip out the long blades. Or is it better just to have like a pump shotgun on backup? For up close and personal encounters. What a waste. And the thing is, I can't even brew beer yet, but I could if I wanted to. I don't think it's my top priority. Should I do carpet making? I mean, I don't need to research anything right now. I'm already researching this drug. Plague, malaria, it blocks plague, malaria, and more before they start. I don't know if I'll ever need that, but it'd just be nice to be able to have it in case I do. Ooh, fertility procedures. Oh, let's see what this is all about. Perform surgeries necessary to create a test tube embryo from a fertile male and woman. Then implant the embryo in a surrogate mother or growth vat. Also, perform sterilization surgery. Oh my god, that's dark. But this might be a way to get some babies happening, since they don't seem to be doing it naturally. You can get unlocks, extract ovum for IVF, implant IUD. Wow, reverse vasectomy? That sounds like a lot of fun. What does xenogenetics do? Oh, gene extractor? Let's see. I think this is also from biotech. So these are techs that I've in the technology tree that have never been in the game when I played it before. Create xenogerms which can be implanted in a person to genetically modify them. So I gotta make it like the X-Men? extract gene packs from living people using a gene extractor. So you can reimplant their genes into someone else. Is that like a little Jurassic Park thing going on? Like, just because we can, doesn't mean that we should. Is that one of the things Jeff Goldblum says? All right, so meditation schedule. Let's clear some of these off. Positioning fighters. Yeah, wait, drag to have them form a line? I didn't know that. I do stretch them out, but I do it manually. Forming caravans. You can form a caravan and send groups of people traveling across the planet. All right, I know about that. That's been around. Door opening speeds. Doors open at different speeds depending on what they're made of. Stone are very slow. I have stone doors on our jail. That's the only place where I use stone doors. They're also very durable, but they're not very practical. Hey, look, Slim and Rosie are getting it on. And they fell asleep as soon as I zoomed in. Still. Rosie's, Mrs. G-Law is 42. Rosie's 46. I think, hey, maybe if they have kids, we can put them in the jail cells. I mean, all I'd have to do is redesignate this not for prisoners, and it becomes a regular bed, and I can assign people to it. But for now, these are allocated to prisoners. And so far, we only had one prisoner, and it was part of a mission. Is that music really loud? Let me know if I need to turn the music down again. I know last time it got a little loud. I don't think I've changed the volume since then, but some tracks sound louder than others in my ears, so. But yeah, the only prisoner I've had so far has been, I had a mission from another tribe asking me to hold someone prisoner for like 2 weeks because there was some scandal going on and that person like had the dirt on them. And so they wanted to keep this person away from the rest of their little society until like things blew over. But it was also, the person had the same condition that Stone does, that inability to walk. So for like 2 weeks, we had a prisoner who literally, this is a bed that I've designated for both prisoners and for medical. So it's the same up here. These are regular beds. These are all just regular beds that I've designated for different purposes. So these are medical beds. If someone gets hurt or needs medical treatment, they go here instead of using, like Stone has his own bed, but he's here because he's receiving medical treatment. As a prisoners are the same way. That prisoners will automatically, if they're healthy, will get assigned to a prisoner designated bed. But if they are if they're injured, they'll be taken to a designated prisoner medical bed. And then, if needed, I can toggle any of these other ones to be, prisoner medical bed as well. There's Rosie. 3 a.m. Rosie gets up. Does she have an actual schedule to wake up at 3? No. I'm just wondering, does she have a trait that makes her... She just must, her sleep schedule must just be a little bit out of whack. I mean, that's okay. Wait, do I see another male chicken? Cockerel 4. At first I was naming the extra male chickens. I named one Colonel. Oh no, I named him Sanders. And then I forget what I named the other one. But it was also some sort of a reference to the kind of chicken that gets eaten. Let's see. Cockknocker is our main chicken. Our main male. All the other cocks get eaten. There we go. But the female chickens survive, so they can keep laying eggs. At a certain point, I'm going to I'll conclude that we've got enough chickens, and then extra chickens will at that point just be eaten. How much chicken meat? 24? It's not like I've got an amazing amount of chicken meat. Is this thing? Oh, that one's sleep. Okay, so the one that the wildcat killed, the cougar, I already took. Oh, the one that's not already rotten, that is. I designated it for retrieval, and somebody got it. Did Slim just choke a chicken on stream? I don't know if you consider cutting its head off choking. I mean, definitely can't breathe anymore. Gaming Chicken Rancher. Maybe we could name all the extra male chickens after... we could name all the chickens after people in the stream. That's where... I was going to say not the male chickens. Unless you're going to be like the alpha male chicken. I could rename Cockknocker after someone else. I just thought it was funny because the natural name for the males is like Cockerel. Cockerel 1, Cockerel 2. And I was like, it'd be funny if I named him Cockknocker. It's stupid, but you know, I have my moments like that. But all these chickens, hen 7, hen 3, hen 4, hen 6. Here, there's Chauncey, the original hen. Here, we can make this hen will be EV23. Don't say I never named anything after you. Anyone else want to be a hen? I mean, I guess if somebody really wanted to be Rosie, they could. Or Sid. Sid turns out is really good at cooking. So I named her after the girl from The Bear, if anyone's seen The Bear. The sous chef. And Rosie, I named... Her name wasn't Rosie, it was Harry. H-A-I-R-Y. And of course she's bald. I don't know if that was an intentional irony. But I was like, you know, she looks like a formidable woman. So, and the first thing I thought of was Rosie O'Donnell. So I'm like, okay. And Rosie's got hair, you know. But for some reason I was getting the Rosie vibe. You see, I could make the game go fast at this point. But I kind of like just watching everyone do their thing. Hey, where's Slim at? We got 2 colonists idle. Slim is idle? Maybe we do need to make Slim kill some more shit. Here. Kill this doe. You know what? Hold on. Don't kill the doe. There were deer over here, weren't there? Maybe maybe kill some of these deer. Here. Get to work, dude. Oh, wait, no, I know what I can have him do. There's this thing that's like got 1,000,000 hit points. That's got some high-tech shit in it. All right, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to have him go shoot at that thing for a while. I can't forget about him, though, because I have to, like, manually draft him. Drafting basically makes somebody, like, manually controllable for combat. And if you forget, they'll sit there and starve to death. Like, they won't do anything on their own anymore. They'll sit there and shit themselves and die if you just forget about them long enough. I think, I don't know, now that I think about it, maybe if they snap, then they slip out of, they might slip out of the drafted mode. Because I know if someone's in some sort of a psychotic snap, you cannot draft them. All right. Here. Shoot at that thing. All right. We'll check back on you later. Like you can hear his gunshots and the distance down to gunfire. It's a nice little touch. So they turn into politicians if you drop them? I don't know. I feel like politicians are a little more self-serving. So, guess it depends. These guys don't do anything of their own volition when they're drafted. What are you doing, Mr. Slaw? Okay, who else is idle? Mr. Slaw is idle. Is there really? Let's see, what are her skills? Crafting, art, and music. Maybe I should make some, Wait, is smithing one of her skills, though? No, smithing is not crafting. I think smithing is a different thing. Oh, no, I think it is. Weapons. Oh, yeah, so she would... And I think she's got... Yeah, she has smithing as one of her things that she's actually good at. Okay. So let's make some... Right now, any kind of melee weapons that people have tend to be shit. Let's see. What do we have to say? You know what? Let's make some maces. I bet we have more of a chance of not killing all of the people we fight if we hit them with maces. Of course, we're still going to use the guns. Who's an axe? One of mankind's oldest weapons. So axe is a short blade attached to a shaft. Simple ancient design. All right. The axes are pretty badass. And what's it? Gladius is like a little sword, right? A short sword of ancient design. Good for stabbing, slashing. Light, nimble, which sometimes lets it be bigger, heavier weapons. You guys have a bunch of little short swords. I don't know why. That sounds kind of badass. Let's see. How many... we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think one person doesn't fight, though. So... we'll make... until we have 5. Allowed skill. No one with a skill of less than 5 can work on it. I think we want the quality to be at least normal. The Roman Legionnaire weapon. Okay. And the ingredient radius. This is something I was looking for last stream. It dictates how far someone might look for ingredients. So I don't think we've got a bunch of metal laying around. Let's see, obsidian. What will they use for it? Let's not make uranium. All right, that's stupid. Let's just make it out of steel because we've got a million steel laying around. And then pause when satisfied. Only allowed ingredients. And so I want to just make sure that there are 5. And I think I'll be like, if we ever get below 1 backup, then they'll build that up back up to 5 again. Mr. Slaw, are you going to go? Yep, there she goes. She's going to go do some smithing. All right, now she's not idle. But now someone else is idle. Rosie! What are you doing, Rosie? What are you good at? Just good at warden. Good at cooking. But we've already got plenty of coverage on cooking. Construction, growing. She's good at a lot of stuff, but most of it is art. Skill 4. We'll give her a low priority art directive. Let's see, anyone else? Small wooden sculpture. We'll only use wood because we have lots of wood. Pause when satisfied. Alright, yeah, let's do... We'll do 5. And we'll do that. Okay. Happy people use the Gladius. Angry people use the Madius. Oh, boy. But does a Madius work better in combat? Or does it just make you, like, careless? It's so Madius. My... Madius. Alright, idle. Rosie still thinks she's idle. But guess what, Rosie? Oh, wait, this is still... Here, let's unpause this then. No? Oh, I guess I already have... Oh, it's because I'm using them. I thought it was... Alright, because the thing is, I like... I have them scattered around, but I thought this was only for stuff that was... Alright, so then let's change this to 10. All right. Because the thing that can be good about stuff like this is it gives them something to build, but then when traders come, you can just sell off the extra for extra money. And then also, if they're real nice, they make people like happy to be in the rooms. Although this one's kind of shitty. Actually, it still helps anyways. It still helps the room look better, even though it's not a very good sculpture. But it makes everyone appreciate the room they're in a little more if there's some artwork. So have them scattered around. But then extras, you just sell when the traders come by. What? Colonists rescue fire? Why is there a fire in the infirmary? All right. Where's Slim? How's this thing doing? Down to 48%. How you doing, Slim? All right, continue. Here, can we have some people prioritize putting out the fires, please? Don't worry, Mr. Slaw. We got it. People are on fire. Hey, look. Cockknocker and Hen 4 are getting it on. Rename it the Inflammatory. All right. Hey, G-Law, why don't you... All right. Okay, yes. Let's continue putting fires out. I mean, yes, these are... We have stone walls, but this fire could spread and ruin all of our crops, so... It's already spreading to this tree. There. Looks like Mr. Slaw shot... She got her gun out. All right, there we go. What are you doing there, Wolfmouth? Hey. Why don't you see if Stone needs some help? Oh, Rosie's gonna help. Is Rosie a good medicator? Let me see. Rosie. Doctor. No, G-Law should be the doctor. You go doctor. Rosie's not good at it. Why don't we even have her? Maybe for emergencies? There. We'll keep people who are maybe like last line of defense doctors. But I feel like if you have a shitty doctor, you know, someone who's not a doctor is doing the medical shit, you might make things worse. How you doing there, Stone? You're not having a great time. Oh, is his mood okay? His mood is surprisingly not terrible. 52% is like just upwards of neutral. He's got shitty clothes he doesn't like. He's got cabin fever. He's been here for like 3 weeks. Serious pain. Probably something to do with being on fire. What? Can I tell what the hell happened? History. Messages. Zit. A fault in the electrical conduit has caused a short circuit. All 300 watts of energy and connected batteries have been discharged in an electrical explosion. Oh, shit. Sure did. Let's see, is the, do I need to, did they already repair the conduit? Yeah, apparently so. Well, that's some bad luck there, Stone. That the one place in the whole base that has a surge is like right next to your hospital bed. Man, Stone, you got some shit luck, man. Hey, look, it's Ethan. How did you know it? Howdy, Ethan. Let it all burn down. Maybe you have an arsonist. You can have arsonists. The thing about that though is you could tell if they're an arsonist. So actually, I haven't looked at everyone's traits. So see, this time I actually made G-Law to be kind. This was, instead of having him be lazy, I made him be kind. So I thought maybe it's more likely that Mr. Slaw is not going to be like, this guy is nothing redeeming. Too smart, I felt, was kind of like me. This is someone he's a little smarter than normal, but it also fucks with his head. He has an increased mental breakdown chance. So I'm like, yeah, that's sort of what my experience of being a little over cerebral is I overthink things. What a fate for a retired electrician. Universe punishing him for constantly wanting you banned. Oh, there it is. Ban Ratus. Pop! Explosion. Let's see. She's delicate, so she takes more damage when fighting. And industrious. Slim, I gave him all sorts of shit. Careful shooter, fast walker, hard worker, iron-willed, and psychically dull. So it makes him incapable of intellectual or artistic endeavors. Let's see. There's Stone. It's got the bloodlust. Gets a rush from hurting people. And never minds the sight of blood or death. He is 4 times as likely to start a social fight as others. And yeah, I guess you can meditate. There are different meditation types. You can do morbid. That means, I think that comes up, like there's some ancient gravestones. Here's a sarcophagus. And I want to say, yes, that's an example of the sarcophagus is a place where one can meditate in the morbid style, if they so choose. Let's see. Sid. Depressive. Permanent -12 mood. Abrasive. Always says exactly what's on her mind, especially if it's bugging her. That tends to rub people the wrong way. Okay. And chemical fascination. Really loves doing the drugs. Maybe another reason why I probably shouldn't make an industry out of making blunts because she might get a little crazy about it. And Rosie is psychically hypersensitive. That's an interesting combo because her man Slim is psychically dull. Like when psychic phenomenon is happening, he's basically not aware of it. There are things that like affect the psyche, like moods that sensitive people particularly affect. It can be good or bad. Rosie is more, when those things happen, is amplified for her. Morbid, is that like a higher offer? Eh? All right. Well, now we've gone over everyone's personality traits. Like, how you doing, Slim? I don't want to lose track of Slim. I don't want him to starve to death. Food, he's doing good. This food meter can go all the way down to 0, and then they start having consequences. That was the thing I didn't realize until I took a closer look. I kept thinking, like, how come all my guys are almost starving because, some games you see something like this, and then if it hits 0, they just drop dead. But no, not here. They're actually fine. And then when it hits 0, then they start having consequences. All right, who's Sid and Rosie? A wandering idly. Well, that's okay. These are storing. Yes? Yes. They are slowly filling. See, work. Sid and Rosie. She will not craft. Okay. Oh, she can craft. She just won't. Hunt. 2. I'm actually okay to have them be idle. This means if something becomes available, they'll do it. Available mechanoid transponder. Oh, that must be the thing that Slim was working on. Yep. Oh, it sure did blow up. All right. Oh my God. I got a thing saying if I destroyed that technology up there, that there'd be some advanced tech. But it looks a little intense right now for me to go get it. I didn't even think about this. Is that fire going to be a problem? I knew I had to stay back because there'd be an explosion, but it didn't occur to me that half the biome could end up getting destroyed. I'm certainly not sending him to go put that out, though. Here, we're going to undraft him. He's just going to have a little snack. Who's got... Oh, Stone. Stone, you need to get well, my friend, so you can get up and put some pants on. You have 5 more days of that. And a peg leg. I didn't realize he had a peg leg. An installed peg leg. Allows the user to walk again, just not well. Okay. Hey, Stone, how do you like that? There's a woman in here to cheer you up. I wonder what he thinks of Sydney. He likes everyone except Mr. Slaw. Wow, even with his misogyny, he really likes Rosie and Sid. How did he end up a rival with Mr. Slaw? Yogi Bears entered the chat. Oh, good. There's rain. Rain will put that fire out. All right, that works out. I was worried about the fire, and 5 seconds later, rain is going to put it out. That's good. Holland. What is a mechanoid transponder? A transponder microorgan that connects to a a mechanitor? I don't know what that is. Connects a mechanitor to a mechanoid, even over great distance. Mechanitors are capable of controlling many mechanoids using a mix of psychic and electromagnetic signals. Encrypting a transponder will allow you to pinpoint a location of the last mechanitor who controlled the mechanoid. All right, I don't know what half of those words mean, but it sounds like it maybe opens up some sort of a quest. The gaming meteorologist. I thought I was the gaming chicken rancher. Well, I guess I'm a gaming of many hats individual. All right, I'm gonna wait till the fire is completely out. Is there anything in the rest of these things? I'll have to come back later and see if there's any good shit in the rest of these parts. It could just end up being scrap. All right, we'll allow it so that somebody can haul that thing now. The gaming meteor chicken. Wow, that's putting it all together. And look, Slim has been, he's wasted no time in killing some of the fauna. How are crops doing? 84. The rice is coming in. All the crops have different advantages. So rice grows really fast, but I think it doesn't yield a ton of food. And it's not, it doesn't yield a bunch of nutrition, and it also doesn't grow well in like a lot of soils. Luckily, we got pretty good soil here. Whereas the corn takes a long time to grow. Once it does, it has a ton of food. And I've got potatoes, which is sort of a nice medium of between the two. I got cotton. I have strawberries. I haven't harvested any strawberries left. I think I just planted the first strawberry field when we had the cold snap and everything died. So, but then I planted a bunch of extra rice because I want there to start being a steady flow of vegetables in here. That's why. Not just meat all the time. Have a lot of chicken and rice. Hey, look, Slim and Rosie are going. I feel like a voyeur. Like, hey, look at Slim and Rosie. What are they up to? It's a good thing I've got that mod where I can do the extra zoom. This feels very invasive. What you guys doing? I don't know. I don't even remember exactly what the maximum zoom is, but this is definitely a mod that allows me to zoom in this much. By default, the game does not let you zoom in like that. It'll let you come into like I don't know, maybe here, I don't know. I'm not sure it lets you zoom out this much either. So funny. It's been so long since I've had the default, like the non-modded experience. Most of the mods I choose don't drastically change the game, but they do add sort of convenience factors. Like being able to name people at any time. So I could name this guy Stone. Although I think animals you could name at any time. Good old Hen 7. EV23's in here somewhere. Oh, she, Hen 2. Chauncey? I don't know where EV23 is. Oh, there she is. Look at EV23 sleeping there. So peaceful. Sleeping between the logs and the steel and those pants right there. Having a great time. It can be decrypted at a research bench. Okay, I just realized there's a little, like, objective box had popped up about that transponder thing. Yep, I see it. They'll get it when they get it. All right, maybe it will speed up a little bit of time at this point. I should check and see. Do I have any quests? This is sort of, I think this is sort of the main quest of the game, which you can pursue. I don't think it expires, but there is an expiration on it. Friendly AI from your past named Charlon Whitestone has sent you a message. He reveals that he has a starship hidden on this planet and sends you its world coordinates. The starship is in deep hibernation mode. You still have to start it up when you arrive, then defend it from raiders trying to steal it until the startup sequence completes. It will be a long and difficult series of battles. If you can get the ship off the ground, Charlon Whitestone will take you off this world to the stars. So the original objective of this game is, the whole premise is, the default scenario, anyway, is that you've crash landed. And so the overall objective is to rescue yourself, get back off planet. Obviously, I think the nature of this game is a lot of people just, they just want to build like a cool place and thrive here. They're not necessarily, like, oh, I got to get off the planet. But that is technically like the sort of default game experience is you're stranded, you crash land on this planet, and you're working your way to, and I think there are different ways you can get there. Like there's that Empire faction. I think if you get to high enough rank there, then high Imperial officials can be like rescued or will be transported off planet. And I think you obviously can build your own ship, research technology, and build your own ship and leave. So there are different ways to get there, but that's technically how you beat the game. But I'm not even sure. I haven't looked too much. There's a whole bunch of different starting scenarios too. I don't know if they come with different end game objectives. I have only ever done the default scenario, which is crash landed. Get G-Law sitting on his throne. That helmet. I wish you could. Well, probably there is a mod for it. I was gonna say, I wish you could hide the helmet. He can take it off. I mean, it's probably good that he's wearing it. Hey, look! Wolfmouth brought the transponder back to base. Alright. Now, right now he's having sort of morning personal time, but when he's done having morning personal time, maybe I'll have him decode the transponder. We'll see what's up with that. Let's see, has she made any of these things yet? She's made 5, or she's made 1. I have no idea where it is. At some point, I might actually want to organize some of this. Or I could create a room that's just the armory where all the weapons are. Yeah, something cool like that. Oh, available quest. Shelter for Dan. Melissa Lisa Archer, Prime Counselor of South Thalia, is requesting a favor. Her friend Danny Dan Schleppers is interested in learning about other cultures, and she wants you to host him for 14 days. He's suffering from paralytic abasia and must be. It's an epidemic. Why do so many people have this condition? Okay. So, and then I can accept for 3 different things. I can just have goodwill with that clan. Notes on brewing. Robin Huntsman Bachelor traversed the blackened streets of Argenteuil, chasing brewing amid the sootfall. That's why he brewed a unique stout. It became famous across the system. I don't know what that means in practical terms. And a bunch of silver. The tech print jump packs. That sounds cool. Physical form. I mean, I probably can't build it yet, but that means someday I will be able to. Give your research confidence. Okay. Jump packs. Build jump packs to perform aerial assaults during combat. That's kind of badass. All right, before I accept that, I'm gonna see if I have a relationship with South Thalia already. I'm neutral with South Thalia. So it says that the natural goodwill range is between -50 and 50. So that means that if it goes above 50, it will slowly deteriorate back to 50. If it goes below 50, it will slowly improve till it hits -50 again. I think that's one of the things that happens. I wouldn't mind having... let's get some of the goods. Shelter for Dan. We can feed a paralyzed dude for a couple weeks. In exchange for some tech print jump packs. That's cool. Let's do it. And it's just like that. They just dump this dude that can't walk. Where's he at? There he is. Here's our little no-leg person. All right. Hey, Gila. Look, yeah, you got plenty of psi focus. Why don't you go ahead and rescue Dan? Oh, Wolfmouth was going to do it. Sorry, Wolfmouth. That's a good dog. A good wolf. But G-Law is our primary, like, care person. I'll bet, this person came here to experience new cultures. And instead, he gets to hang out in a bed next to stone. I'm like, should I give him a separate room to improve his... I think the quest is like his mood has to stay over a certain amount. She wants you to host him. I did something like this earlier, but it said like there was an objective that their mood had to stay above an average of 50 for like 7 days. But this doesn't seem like it matters so much what his experience is like. Let me see. Is he pissed off that he's sharing a room? Not yet. He's a tortured artist. Okay, that's just a natural personality trait. He's got pain and he's soaking wet. But he's not pissed off to be sharing a room with Stone. Huh. Go figure. Stone pissed off? Maybe they don't care so much when it's not their own bedroom. If you create dormitory environments... But now that I think about it, is there any reason why they shouldn't have their private rooms right now? Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'll keep them in there. It just seems like we've had a series of very long-term residents suffering from this exact same malady where they just can't walk for a few weeks. Although I think Stone is, how close? Oh, 4 more days? Okay. Getting there. Here, why don't we, maybe I will do a thing. Let's see, link settings. Not linked. Okay, I had some of these linked before. Let's make this just a weapon shelf. And let's make it slightly higher priority. Make it important. All right, so everyone's going to start putting weapons on these shelves. Are there weapon racks? Outfit stand, probably for armor. No, I don't think there's weapon rack. The baby food is highly regulated. Miscellaneous. All right. Why are the chickens running rampant? Well, they are restricted to this room. I originally had them out here, but then I tried to put their food out there, and the food deteriorated because it was outdoors. So I'm like, okay, I need to give them an indoor area. And for lack of whatever, wanting to take time to build a dedicated area, I just like plopped down. This little thing is a pen marker. It basically designates an area for animal types to live, and I made the chickens live there. I think if you don't have that, they'll just wander around the whole world. Which is, it's not great if you want to collect their eggs. If you're trying to collect eggs and eat all of the males that are born, it's hard to do that when they're like all over the earth. But I have thought a few times about creating a dedicated room just for the chickens. But so far, they're not bothering anybody in here. You can't make a... Well, yeah, I mean, it would literally be like making another building and plopping one of these things in it and just saying it's just for chickens. So... But in terms of like, I couldn't know, in terms of, could I put one in here that where they have an indoor outdoor thing? And I think the answer is no. I don't think there is a hen house. There's an animal bed, but what's considered like a pen is just a single contained area. So I don't think I could have that spread into like an indoor and an outdoor. But now that I think about it, I haven't tried it. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm kind of curious to experiment with it. Let me see. Well, I hadn't thought about it because I wanted them to be outside, and then I was like, is there some way I can just have their feed not, you know, deteriorate? Because sometimes, I mean, they shit all over the place and stuff too. And someone's always coming to clean up there. Look at this board shit. And that also is not the end of the world, but if I had them in some place where I could just designate, like, no, you don't need to clean that area because we don't care if it gets covered in chicken shit. Here comes Rosie. It's like, oh, did somebody shit? Oh, there you go. Shit managed. Oh no, we're getting raided. Okay. They're going to prepare for a while and then attack. Oh, see, this is my first raid since I upped the difficulty. This guy's actually got a heavy submachine gun. Oh no, I'm not ready for this shit at all. All right. Let's make a little place for them to at least hide behind and shoot. But what you end up doing in this game when you want serious defenses is you put walls all around, and then you have one area that's open, like a channel or something, that they'll come into. If you completely wall everything off, they'll just bust through the wall. But if you wall everything and then have like one sort of like area that's open that they can come through, and you can put all sorts of traps and machine gun turrets and everything else there. And that's the kind of defenses that I've done, because I've only ever had one person at a time attacking with like a rusty knife. I haven't bothered with any of that. Yeah, it'd be like a choke point. But combined with that mechanic too of like, if you just put walls all around, they'll bust through them. But if you have an area that's technically, there are no physical barriers, they will very much prefer taking that path to breaking through a wall. The thing is, when they break through walls, it actually sucks. Like, it would be in their best interest to just break through some walls. Because then they fuck up your shit real bad. But yeah, definitely, you can create those, and it would be considered a choke point, absolutely. But it only works because they have such a preference for being like, hey, look, this is the easiest way for us to get in, right down this long corridor that they've made for us. Let's go, fellas. I think I might be able to get just a few little... Well, it's too late at this point before these guys come for me to build anything comprehensive. What I should probably do is build like something up here. I'll start by just building like something like this. And maybe give it just a slight roofed area. Build roof area. And that way, the 3 people with guns can at least just hide behind these pillars, so they have some... And I might have enough time. We'll see what time. It's a little bit... What's Slim doing? Playing horseshoes. No, Slim. I know it's technically your recreational time. Who else is good at building? G-Law, get off of that. Oh, he just wants to do more research. All right. Construction. Stone's good at building, but he can't walk, so that's a problem. Rosie. So we'll have the great couple, Slim and Rosie, working together. Where's Rosie at? Rosie's idle. That works out. Outside allowed area. Oh, I forgot. That's one reason why they've probably been idle during a recent attack. I have them restricted to indoor areas. All right. No wonder they keep going idle. All the work outside that hasn't been available to them. And I've got to watch out because these guys will just attack. I thought that they would, when it says they're going to hang out for a while before they attack. I thought before when I played this, you'd get another notification when it would be like, they're attacking now. But the last couple times that has happened, they haven't warned me. And I'd just be sitting there like waiting for a warning, and all of a sudden a thing would pop up saying, you know, a colonist needs medical attention. And I look and somebody's getting stabbed like as they're trying to pick berries or something. I'm like, oh shit. All right, so Rosie, here, you prioritize building that. Now they can go outside. What about the other? Sid, can Sid build at all? No, Sid is got 0 skill, so that's just gonna waste everyone's time. Wait, is anyone else? G-Law technically has the skill to construct. He doesn't have a passion for it. Both Rosie and Slim have passion for building, which means that when they do it, they'll skill up much faster. I'll bet you they're going to come in through... Maybe we should close this off, too. Nah, it's playing a little too much with fire. Building walls over here right now. Because my fear is, and what's probably going to happen now that I'm doing it, is they're going to come through here and try to go straight for the base. And we're going to be up here. More gearing up for preparation for them to come in this way. But they're probably going to come in this way. Cockknocker is no longer incapable of walking? Cockknocker couldn't walk? Do my chickens have health problems? Apparently. Alright, whatever. Has Cockknocker got a little aggressive with his breeding habits? Why couldn't he walk? The gap would be a place to fortify? You mean to create the choke point? Because what I would ideally like to do is wall all of this off and then have an open channel going this way and also going this way because we get raided from this side. And most of our attacks have come either through here or through here. And so basically have a wall across here, a channel across here, like a T-shaped channel, and then down here is where they could actually enter the base proper. And then along like the sort of the long like chute, have it all paved and have a bunch of like flipping explosive traps. And they can hang out here with, oh, there it is. That's like they're beginning their assault. Okay. So that's sort of my plan. That's why I've started building it up here, because the eventual plan would be wall everything else off and have this up here be the entry corridor of death, like all the way across the top. All right. Now it's time for the non-combatants to retreat to the secure zone. The rest of you guys, you're drafted. Come up here. Slim. I know, Steve. Ready. Slim. Oh, they may be coming up further north. Looks like maybe they're not going for the gap. If you belong to the alliance of Puilug, you would also try to kill everyone unless they found out the dumb name of the alliance I belong to. All right, nobody attack our solar panel. All right, there we go. There we go. Slim, are you attacking my... Oh, he's using this own... He is attacking my solar panels. What a bitch. All right. This is actually working out okay. This guy's just standing. Well, I guess maybe he may be taking partial cover behind his tree. This actually worked out. This worked out better than I expected. Well, I shouldn't say that until the combat's over. Okay, now is he, okay, they're all dead. Hey, let's rescue that heavy machine gun, though. We'll keep the knife. Eventually, I'll find some sort of a trader that will buy all the shitty knives that I picked up from these guys. All right, and there you go, guys. You're undrafted. Go about your business. Yeah, you know what? Why don't you, why don't you haul the body? Since you all have had to deal with looking at the body already, they don't like seeing dead bodies. But that means in the morning, when everyone else comes out to do farming, if these dead bodies are all out here, everybody's going to get the heebie-jeebies. So let's, for the people who've already had to be exposed to the death and the danger, we have our little, this is where we put all our dead bad guys, where no one has to look at them. Got to put out the flaming solar panel. Luckily, that happened during the rain, so that didn't work. You like seeing that body as long as it's our guys. Why would you say something like that, Brad? That's not very nice. But that guy had 190 silver just clanking around in his pockets. Is this thing deteriorating? Yeah, you know what? Hey, Slim, why don't you go rescue that gun? Because that thing, it actually is kind of valuable. In fact... Oh, I know. We'll, I'll just haul it. Just get out of the rain. I'm gonna say probably, shooting animals. Who's the better shooter? I think G-Law and Mr. Slaw, I've made them both good at shooting. Oh, G-Law's the better shooter. All right. Just the question is, who do I give the, although maybe I should give it to Mr. Slaw because she's more likely to take damage. And if she has the machine gun, she'll be less likely for people to survive, to rush in at her. All the melee combatants that just sort of rush the shooters, Should be more likely to not have any of them actually get to her. G-Law does not... Hey, look, G-Law missed the slaw. They're getting it on. So what's wrong with his... Oh, it's stone. All right, no, G-Law's fine. Yes, I know stone. I can't dress stone. Quit bugging me about stone and his cold nakedness. I can't do anything about it. Just impale them and display them like Vlad. I wonder if that's a... I bet you, I will bet you out there somewhere there's a mod for that. We've got graves. No. Here it's either you can incinerate them, bury them, or just dump them in a private zone where no one has to watch them rot. Which right now, that's been my solution. I think these are probably, this might represent all the raids that we've had. And as I said, up until now, it's been one person at a time. Here, I think I'm going to have a little concrete around here. And dig a moat around the base. That's actually the other game that is in the similar style that I was thinking of playing was Going Medieval. And that one you actually can dig. It's three-dimensional, so you can dig underground tunnels, moats, and all that other stuff. Oh no, here I'll bet you there's a mod for it, but basically what you end up doing, and I don't even think I have the traps available. Like, I don't have the research for it. Although maybe I might have the ability to make some kind of traps. Like, I want to say there was, like, low-tech traps, too. That I don't know if I have. But when you start getting up here... you start getting into, like, being able to make fire mines and all this other stuff. Next, mortars, gun turrets. Go back. I don't even see that stuff now. Incendiary shells. Prosthetics. Mini turrets. Those are game changer, getting the gun turrets. Where are the traps at? I'm going to find it somewhere. And also, I need to be aware if I already have the ability to make traps. Like, I might have an ability to make traps right now. Like, basic traps. Furniture security. Here we go. Spike traps. I know there's all sorts of explosive traps you can make. Sandbags. That just slows them down a bit. But it also lets them, they can use it as cover. Okay. You think spike traps are the default starting choice before research? Okay. Yeah, I know that's one of the reasons why I, oh no, but maybe I should move my, my thing down a little bit, because I'm going to definitely want to put a a geothermal generator over this thing, this steam geyser. If you have crops right up against the wall, does the lack of sunshine stunt their growth? So this comes out to here. Okay, I could still put a if I make this the top wall. That'd be the top wall. Shelter, shelter, shelter. And then another bottom wall. And then, like, this would be the start. Yeah, something like this. This is just the start of it. And then just have all this be concrete. The thing is I don't have that much stone. So I probably need to let me see, slate is what I'm using. That's just for aesthetics though. There's no reason that it has to be slate. I'm just like, kind of like the aesthetic of it. Here, we got a lot of slate just laying around. We'll just mark a bunch of it for hauling. And then we'll increase the bill for slate. Since I'm making slate is like going to be my badass, intimidating wall of death. All my security shit. So... I guess 400 is pretty significant. Okay, let's take it up to 500. And a bunch of my rice is coming in. That's good. Hopefully we'll soon be in a situation where we have a surplus food supply. And if we end up having more like a blight, I did also have blight at one point. I forgot about that. There was a cold snap, and then I lost my original crop of potatoes that I was growing. Got lost. There was a blight, and I managed to like cut them all down before it could spread. But I've had an ongoing problem with things with crops failing, leading to really scrounging. Because usually, I think there's a certain point where you're not that worried about like finding all the berry bushes. Once you have your operation going, that usually stops being concerned. But you sort of have to have enough in the food bank to so that if bad stuff happens, you're not back to picking berries again. Oh, how was the camping trip? It was fine. The only sort of down thing about it is I do have like an ingrown toenail or some crap, and I'm gonna need to see a doctor about it. But it kept bleeding, so that kind of sucked. My brother-in-law has this big dog that I love the dog. I hung out with that dog as much as I could, but it's a big, heavy dog that likes stepping on my feet when it comes to visit. And multiple times it ended up stepping on my toe and making my toe all of a sudden, like I had a bandage on my toe, and all of a sudden it'd just be like soaked through with like bleeding. So that also meant that I wasn't like they went paddleboarding and did some other things where I was kind of like, I don't know if I want to get in like green lake water and be doing all that kind of physical stuff while my toes actively like bleeding every 5 seconds. Which on one hand kind of sucked, but also like, so they did a couple things as a family where I just stayed back and like listened to audiobook. And it was I actually really ended up enjoying that time. So I think so that's the one thing that was kind of a problem with the trip. Also ended up making for what for me were some really nice sort of quiet relaxation downtime. Because when everyone's there, there's like kids running around everywhere and everyone's talking the whole time, and that can wear me down. So yeah, we had a nice time. And I was saying earlier that I mostly didn't go crazy eating too much like shit the whole time, because when I used to go camping it was like oh, whatever effort I may have been making to not eat like terrible constantly were completely out the window. It'd be like, I'm gonna bring candy and I'm gonna drink Mountain Dew for 3 days straight and all this other stuff. And I don't do that anymore because I found out that I end up not having as good a time when I'm doing terrible things, and then I have to go to the bathroom 3 times a night with But I did get biscuits and gravy and a big breakfast burrito from a local place that I discovered, I think last year. I discovered this little Mexican restaurant that has these breakfast burritos I really like. That's like a 2-minute drive from where the cabin is. So now that's one of the things that I think is going to be part of my annual tradition is one morning I go to the Mexican place and get the... what the funny thing is we brought Nathan's hot dogs, but we didn't eat any. And part of it is that they plan, like every night, there's sort of like a planned meal that everyone sort of participates in. Like one of my brother-in-law who got married last year, they got this really cool like wood fire pizza oven. And so pretty much every camping trip we've been to with them since they got that, one of the nights they'll do like wood fire pizzas. And then one of the things that these cabin camping trips we've done every year is have like a taco thing where there'll be a couple kind of cool, like we had some like traditional like chicken taco seasoned tacos, but then there was like this sort of very interesting chicken tikka masala with like the special mint sauce that was like a base for tacos, and that was really yummy. But the end result is we brought hot dogs to fill in the gaps and ended up not eating them. So when it wasn't until we got home that we spent like the next day focusing on the hot dogs. So I did have hot dogs. I think I ate 6 hot dogs over the 24 hours after we got home, and it was Nathan's. If I cut Taco Bell from your diet, well, as it turns out, I've mostly cut Taco Bell out from my diet ever since we moved here to the new town, because the one Taco Bell in town is so bad that I'd be afraid of getting sick there, even if there weren't a weird explosive diarrhea epidemic happening with Taco Bells. So I haven't specifically. Also, I at least when I was looking at the news articles, it was mostly on the east side of the country. Although that could have changed by now. That just may not have been reported here yet. I never made any decision specifically not to eat Taco Bell, but as it is, I only have Taco Bell like once every 3 months. And that is if I happen to be running some kind of errand that takes me into a neighboring town that does have a Taco Bell and we don't have other food plans. That's pretty much, when those conditions are met, I pretty much have had Taco Bell almost every time. Ironically, a couple of those times have been after I've gone to the doctor's office, because my doctor's office is in Lebanon. And there's a good Taco Bell in Lebanon, but that's like a 20-minute drive, and most times I'm not that interested in making a bad decision to drive to get Taco Bell. Taco Bell seems like they're being way more responsible than the company who's actually at fault. I have not been following the story. I'm just aware of it. So I don't know who's at fault, and I don't know what Taco Bell's been doing about it. But that's good to hear. Anytime there's something not terrible to hear about Taco Bell, that makes me happy. So it's the G-Law Taco Bell algorithm. I'm trying to think when it was the last time I had Taco Bell. Oh, I think it was, I also tend to get my hair cut in Lebanon. And I got my hair cut, I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks ago. And I went to Taco Bell then. Taylor Farms is a company at fault. They've been colluding with what? Taco Bell pulled the affected lettuce. Okay. That's great. Yeah, like I said, I haven't dug into that story, but I'm kind of curious to learn more about it, because I think pretty much the last time I looked at it, all that I knew was that there'd been a lot of cases of it, but no one knew exactly, like, they hadn't figured out what the source of it was yet. But they knew it was it was disproportionately being reported as Taco Bell. Look at that. Wolfmouth is harvesting rice. What a good dog. Taco Bell has a bit of a reputation. I don't know what their reputation is in terms of like food handling ethics. I know they have a bit of a reputation of people basically just thinking that the food that is made as intended is shitty, because they don't like use exactly real meat. And they have other like weird shit. Actually, whatever magic science they do to make their taco meat, I just find it endearing. And I don't care if it's half soy or whatever. Hey, soy is good for you too. So, but that's most of the shit talk I've ever heard about Taco Bell, is they have all these like ingredient and food prep techniques that are not considered like health mechs. They have a better track record than Chipotle. I thought Chipotle supposedly had a reputation for good ingredients. people like to think Taco Bell is making them shit uncontrollably in general. Yeah, but honestly, I think that's one of those. I think that's one of those claims where it's like, I don't know that that's worse. That's true over a nice sit-down Mexican restaurant. If you order a big ass chimichanga, you're probably gonna be having some gnarly shits that night. It just depends on what you order. And I don't necessarily think there's anything special about Taco Bell that makes someone more prone to shit, aside from there are plenty of things on the item that even if you got comparable items at other Mexican places, if you just ate a whole bunch of it, it would make you shit a bunch. Oh, they had E. coli incidents at Chipotle. Okay. Was it found that it was something Chipotle was doing wrong? So, because there's a lot of, when those things happen, the chain of causation is sometimes not as like, hey, a bunch of people got this from this restaurant chain, so it's their fault. So it could or could not be the fault of it. But I haven't followed whatever stories were up about. Chipotle has never been on my list of things that I'm interested in. Like, I don't eat at Chipotle. So it's sort of thing where if I saw the headline, whenever that happened, my eyes probably would have just scanned right over it and been like, whatever, who cares? It's Chipotle, I don't eat there. What I have paid attention to, it seems like over the last few years, there have been several incidences where frozen strawberries have gotten, like, contaminated. And I use frozen strawberries in my Huel smoothies. You never even eaten at Chipotle? It's a little bit, it's like the way that Subway does, it's theoretically better quality than Subway, but it's the same sort of like, you walk up to a counter, they've got people behind it with a bunch of different heated trays of meats and beans and everything else that they can throw together into burritos. And you basically just tell them like all the shit you want in your burrito. And I think what they're good for is they tend to stack the burritos pretty generously with like meat and stuff. And the general opinion, the general reputation I always thought about Chipotle was they actually did have good quality ingredients. But that's where I'm like, I actually like Taco Bell and their like weirdo Mexican pizza, like stupid shit like that, than a more basic, like traditional, here's a tortilla stuffed with a bunch of shredded meat, which depends on, hey, look at how much meat is in here. I'm more like, whatever they put in those Taco Bell burritos, I like that stuff. But I know objectively that's people, think that's not as good as a tortilla just packed from top to bottom and shredded pork or shredded beef. As opposed to whatever Taco Bell, whatever their meat's made out of, and then throw a bunch of beans and rice and whatever else in there. Ambrosia sprout. They ready to? Oh, they're growing. There was another sprout of these things that I think I harvested. It's a rare wild bush that yields ambrosia fruit. Ambrosia fruit is delicious and produces a drug-like mood boost. Ambrosia cannot be farmed, which makes wild ambrosia groves very valuable. Its rarity, beauty, and desirability are why ambrosia was named after the food of the ancient Greek gods. Okay. There's another bunch of ambrosia that grew over here earlier in the game, and I think I marked it for harvest, but I don't know if they did it or what we did with that stuff after we got it. They probably did harvest it. We just ate it and I didn't notice. You've had Moe's. I don't know if I know Moe's. That's a real place. Let's talk about Moe's from The Simpsons. Chipotle just seems like the sad gentrification of Mexican food, so you consider it worse than authentic, or the bastardization that is Taco Bell. I don't know. I think Chipotle is fine. I mean, I'd say if it's in areas that get gentrified. I think that's probably true. It's like every little hip little shopping center or whatever else seem to have a Chipotle in it. But I don't necessarily. That's something in itself doesn't make me give them or take away points. Probably cut some of these trees. They're kind of like directly in our walkway. Moe's has a burrito line like Chipotle. Okay, like Subway burritos. Okay. The chain, but you're not sure how widespread it is. I've never heard of it, but that also doesn't mean it could be here and I just don't know it. So there's a lot of restaurants that I'm just not aware of because I don't, I'm not super adventurous. Time to it's for cleaning. What is it? I have okay, I have it set to make 20 meals. And then it will pause, and then when we're down to 12 meals, more cooking will occur. And I have 2 because this meal is vegetarian and this meal was meat. But I also need meat for kibble, which is what the animals eat. So I had a default thing of first make the food vegetarian. And then if you don't have enough ingredients to make it all vegetarian, then you can make the food out of meat. Oh, there are none in Oregon. Okay. It's an East Coast thing. What's your opinion of Moe's, Nick? Is it good? Chipotle is one of those where once in a while I will be in the mood for it. Because if you're in the mood for a burrito with a lot of shredded meat in it, it's actually I think it's pretty good. But to me, it just feels fairly generic. Basic, but good basic. Whereas you don't go into a Chipotle and find anything remotely as creative as a Mexican pizza. Where someone's going to be like, what the hell is that thing? That's right. That's a Mexican pizza. Thank you, Taco Bell. What's a double-decker taco supreme? They don't even make those anymore. But you're not going to walk into most Mexican places and get a double-decker taco supreme. Even though technically a lot of them, if they have hard shells, they could make them. They have ingredients, but it's just not on the menu. It's been good when you've gone. I like a burrito. You don't go often though, you just get enough. On a burrito to dissuade you from just making your own at home. I think that my go-to burritos have been I like chili relleno burritos. I tend to gravitate towards burritos that are a little bit not quite the norm. Because you know, when I was growing up in San Diego, there's a lot of Mexican places, and they always had like carne asada burritos or just burritos where it was basically just that. Like, you go to these places, and it would just be this burrito just stuffed like huge with just meat. And yeah, that's pretty cool. That's what you're into. But that's never been like my go-to when I have Mexican food. But I want to say like the Chipotle's meat is always like, it's well seasoned, it's tender, it's not dry. Because when you get into shredded, like burritos chock full of shredded meats, you can have situations where it's like the burrito just feels dry or tasteless, or it's, you know, it's hard to chew. And I always thought Chipotle was pretty consistent, and that their meat was, you know, flavorful and not dry. So when I am in the mood, or have been in the mood for that kind of burrito, it's probably been years since I've had Chipotle. I don't really seek it out. But I would go to Chipotle. When we lived in LA, there was a Chipotle about 5 blocks away that we used to walk to if we wanted it. You didn't do hamburger, cheese, and salsa? Hamburger and a burrito? I guess it's like ground beef. Lettuce if it's in the house. Maybe rice to stretch the hamburger. Okay. Or maybe you are mean like ground beef, basically. That it still could be just hamburger, a way of describing hamburger. I'm picturing like a patty of hamburger in a tortilla, being like, oh, does that sound okay to me? All right. Good job. Good job there, Slim. I don't think I've heard the term Hamburg to describe beef. That's interesting. I wonder if that's a regional thing, like soda or calling it pop. Because Hamburg to me that's a city in Germany. It's the only way I've ever used that word. At first I thought it was a typo. So that's why I kept saying hamburger. How's this build doing with the hey, they almost got all the gladiuses. Let's see, how's Stone doing? Still 2 more days, and then he'll be able to walk around in that peg leg like the wind. I'm gonna bring out that wall to line up with that wall. And then have mirrored walls on that side with some more roof area. Okay, I guess we'll just have this whole area be roofed. And I think I want to run some hidden conduit. How am I doing on... Yeah, I still have steel. I'm gonna run some hidden... The hidden conduit is new. If you run regular power conduit just across open ground, it's super extra prone to being damaged and having big shorts like the one that almost killed Stone earlier. Hidden conduits are tougher, so... But they're more expensive to build. Do hidden power. All right, and that way I can install some like lighting up there, and also install, when the time comes, defensive turrets. G-Law, what are you doing? Why are you doing art, man? Research is supposed to take priority over art. So why is he doing art? We'll let him finish this. A slate sculpture? I don't think I even have a build for that. Oh, I do have stone blocks available. Okay. All right, we'll let him finish his little art project. But then after that, maybe we'll have him start studying this, I don't know what he's doing now. Having some food. See, any new chickens competing with Cockknocker that need to be taken out? Cockknocker's getting it on with Hen 4. Wait, did I choose new research? Oh, that's why he's not researching, when I did not choose new research. Should I do carpet making? There's part of me that's tempted to do little cosmetic shit like that. Yeah, let's do some carpet making. Even though I'm like, I could be like progressing my technology in a more utilitarian way. But I think a nice red carpet would look really nice in G-Law's throne room. Also, having some carpets in the bedrooms would be nice. I think people would be, you know, they actually appreciate that kind of thing, you know? Maybe it's regional or just what your household called it. I'm gonna guess it's regional. Usually individual households don't just make up their own words, although it does happen. The Gaming Emperor. Oh, Mr. Slaw was... Oh, inspired surgery. Nope, no one in our little base here is can currently perform surgery, even if they're inspired. We just don't have the facilities or the equipment for it. So too bad. Somebody wanted to do, could have done really good surgeries if we just had the technology for it. Apparently, a good surgeon could have helped Stone be able to walk much sooner. All right, everyone's in bed now. Somebody needs to fix this air conditioner, though. I don't think it matters right now because it's basically the equivalent of December. So the ACs aren't pulling a lot of work right now. Except the ones in here that are keeping things like at refrigeration or freezing temperatures. This area I have for the meat, I have it set to freezing temperatures because the meats, even in refrigerated, tend to be much more perishable than the vegetables. But the rice in a refrigerator lasts 6 years. So I don't think I've ever had a playthrough last more than a year or two before I got bored. So that rice is probably, it's what's going to get eaten. But at refrigeration temperatures, it's definitely not going to go bad. What about the berries? Berries, 2.3 years. But like meat out here would be like 18 days, something like that. So it's like, okay, so the meat gets a special like freezer area. So it's frozen. There is no timer. It's just frozen. If you eat the rice, how you get water out of your cell phones? Well, maybe we'll end up having enough rice that we'll have some rice specifically for getting water out of cell phones. So much for fresh, never frozen. I told you, Taco Bell's like, I admire their jam. You know, could I get the boiling? What are the commercials used to make fun of Taco Bell's? And they'd be like, boiling bags? Like their ground beef is prepared in boiling bags? I'm like, I bet those boiling bags make it extra flavorful and succulent. All right, you know what, Slim? Here. Or wait, no, you know what? Rosie can also repair stuff. Can she? Yeah, I think construction. You know what, Rosie? Here. Oh, I'm out of components. Ooh, okay. That's why no one's repairing that. Oh, that's a problem. I need to get my hands on some more components. All right, well, first off, sometimes you can see broken ship parts. They're green, so not this stuff. Although, I don't know what if I break this stuff up, maybe there will be components in there. But I think for those, it seems more likely it's going to be metal scrap. There are a few places where you can mine components, but they're kind of far from my base. Like this little brown thing here, this is compacted machinery. That'll give you components. Same here, but it'll just be like a little patch here and there. And it's pretty far from my base, but I'm probably going to need to start prioritizing those. Here, mine vein. There was some a little bit closer, but I already got it. Okay, here's a little more. Yeah. That's another thing that you can get from traders, and why it's not a terrible idea for my for my folks to be making little arts and crafts that they can sell to traders. Hmm. Yeah, the decorations make people happier. Yes. So, like for example, in this bedroom, this is just a normal small wooden sculpture. But if you look at her needs, her mood, um, one of the things she's happy about is decent bedroom. And part of the reason the bedroom is rated as decent is because of beautification objects. So, and then in these, like they're also saying, very impressive dining room. Well, the dining room is impressive, and this is because there's a normal sculpture. There's two sculptures that are overlapping each other. Plus, this is like really high quality marble flooring. And just having this patch of marble flooring also, when they come in this room, makes them feel like, oh. Let's see, mediocre bedroom. Yeah, Rosie just has a bed with no things in there. So, her, if we're making more up, I should probably install some in the extra bedrooms because, whatever. But they just were very impressed by this is, I guess, considered a rec room and a dining room. Spacious interior. So there's all sorts of factors like that there. And that's where I was, making carpets. The carpets are not just cosmetic in the sense of like, oh, it makes me happy to see or like a red carpet in here. But literally the carpet will make them more excited to be in there. And in certain things like G-Law, let me see. G-Law does have Imperial rank. Novice. So, and this came from the first DLC that was new the last time I played this called Royalty. And it's what introduced this whole Imperial faction. And if you do missions for the Empire, you get honor points. And then when you get, like, he did a mission and immediately got offered this thing of being like, oh, you can now be given an official rank. So he is now novice. I think the next rank he can get up to is acolyte. But each one, like to get acolyte, he has different requirements. So to get acolyte, he needs a bedroom of 16 tiles, so it's got to be 4x4, all floored. I guess no raw stone, double bed, no work facilities, no biotech. So actually, his bedroom I think already qualifies. The throne room needs a meditation throne. I needed to make some braziers, and they must be lit. There must be 2. They must be lit. No work facilities, no beds. Did you crash land on a planet with an empire? Well, the place is already inhabited. Now, the empire is kind of like, well, like in Dune, right? It's like a galactic. A lot of these factions, some of the factions that are on the planet are factions that are spacefaring. Or that were space. Actually, most of the factions on the planet. Let me see. This is indigenous. South Thalia, the people who I've got their It's a paralyzed dude that I'm hosting. Okay, this was like a civilization that was based on stranded people that have lost their technology, but they were originally spacefarers. But there is some what's called Fallen Empire, the Shattered Empire, and that is what is the spacefaring. So they have a bunch of locations here. Ultratech refugee society from the planet Sophia Munda. Their culture is based on a code of honor, strict class system, and enforced social status. These are the survivors of a great calamity that tore apart Sophian society. They fled to the Rimworld using remnants of their fleet. Despite losing so much, their ships and technology still make them powerful. They refuse to trade with anyone who lacks the appropriate royal title. So, and then if you look in the world, like this is the world map, and there's the different icons for the different factions. So, and I chose this place partially because the nearby factions are all at least neutral, non-hostile. Like these factions are, you can temporarily get friendly with them by doing certain things, but it'll always quickly go back to like violently hostile. Like it doesn't stay long. Where these two factions is the indigenous, and this is the long ago shipwrecked people turned into a society. These guys, you go up to positive 50, negative to positive 50, and it'll just sort of stay there. So, and they're neutral by default. You can trade with them. They have you do missions, stuff like that. Now, I'm right near this. This is actually an Empire outpost. You can see here it says, I can't trade here unless I have the rank of knight. But that means if I keep working my way up the ranks, I'm going to have an imperial settlement for a neighbor. But they still do have space faring capabilities. I think as a faction, they have space faring capabilities. I think it's still like rare. Most of them don't do it, but they still have that ability. And I don't know when you crash landed, what technically you were from, that you crash landed from. I mean, it sounds like there's a whole spacefaring civilization out there. You're disappointed I didn't choose Elk Nose Flats? Is that one of the, I didn't even pay attention. Oh, Elk Nose Flats. These probably would have been shitty areas. There's growing period. There's no forageability. So it's probably, the soil is probably terrible. Animals can't graze. These are some moderately hostile factions. Yeah, that's one of the things you can do in this game to make it more or less challenging. Like what I did was literally find one of the best locations that I could. And this whole area has year-round growing period, lots of rainfall, lots of berries. Animals can graze if you just let them, like you have cows and stuff and you just give them big pastures, they can just eat the grass. But like I've seen videos where the challenge is someone will be like, I'm going to build a thing up here in the Arctic ice cap. And nothing grows. And nothing can ever grow. And the average temperature is never negative 15 degrees. Like maybe a couple days out of the year it gets above freezing. So there's this extreme challenge. And so I think when I was seeing playthroughs, there was certain life up here like polar bears and ice wolves and shit like that. So it's all about like hunting to stay alive. And eventually you do get technology that you can grow indoors. But that's a while before you get there. But yeah, your game experience will be significantly different based on where you go. Up arid shrubland, grassland, tropical rainforests. I think there's swamps. Can't find any swamps at the moment, but there are glow forests. I don't even know what glow forests are. So, and again, this whole world was just generated based on well, it's not a random seed. I gave it the seed G-Law, but by default, it'll just randomly generate a seed each time you start a new game, and the world will be completely different each time. But if you save what that seed is, you can redo that world anytime you want. But anyway, so yeah, it's kind of one of the cool things about Rimworld is that it's not, you're not just on this patch of land. And if you decided you wanted to, you could desert this base and go make another base somewhere else. Like if I got to a point, well, you really don't end up needing to. Like I was going to say, where you've mined all the resources out, but then you get technology that can bore, it can bore deep into the earth, and if you do it in the right spots, basically has an infinite amount of iron accessible to you, like just all over the place. You just need the technology to do it. And then other things like I'm trying to remember the components that I'm so desperate for right now. I want to say you may eventually be able to construct those with the right technology, but I can't remember for sure. But aside from that, you get to a point where you have like radio technology, and you can basically, there is like a space merchant guild that when you need stuff, you basically go to your radio room, you call them up, you're like, hey, I need, these things, and they'll basically do a drop pod in your base and give it to you. So, with enough technology and resources, you get to a point where the fact that you've mined the resources is not that big a deal. But like right now, not having compacted machinery is kind of a big deal, and not having a source of it. How we doing? We're almost out of slate blocks. Have we not hauled? Oh, we just haven't hauled all that slate. All right, they'll get to it. I'm surprised. Wolfmouth, what have you been hauling, buddy? He's just wandering. Gila doesn't do a lot of... He mostly takes care of the sick people and does science. Rosie, what are you doing? Okay, Rosie's hauling. That's kind of an interesting chain of when we harvested all the rice, Wolfmouth is not allowed into any of these food prep areas. So when Wolfmouth hauls the rice, she brings it inside to the general storage area. But because this is considered the preferred area for rice, then other people who are allowed to access the food area then moves the rice from general storage into the refrigerated storage. I think that's what Rosie was doing. But right now, Rosie is cleaning. Oh, do I have Rosie's inside again? Ah, that's why. I'm like, how come no one's hauling anything from outside? And I forgot. That's the second time now when I've had a base attack and I restrict the non-combatants to the inside, and then I forget to let them out again. How these strawberries coming along? If I get enough food, I could start making fancier meals too. Right now, I'm just making simple meals. What's the difference between a simple and a fine meal? A somewhat complex meal from a combination of meat and plant ingredients. Whereas a simple meal is cooked from one main ingredient. That's one of the things for the imperial rankings. At a certain point, you have to like be eating a certain level of sophisticated food to be eligible to be, you know, the of the upper echelons of the the hierarchy. There's lavish meal. What's in a lavish meal? A very complex meal from a combination of meat and plant ingredients. Much of the ingredients are wasted in order to create the best eating experience. It's basically a meat and plant meal where you burn through a bunch of ingredients to make one meal. 10 proteins and 10 vegetables makes one meal. What is the ratio for the other things? Simple meal. Ingredients. Just 0.5? Okay, so this is lavish is like 40 times the amount of resources? Is that right? All right, well, that's significant in any event. Vegetarian fine meals. Wait, how can you make, if a fine meal by definition has meat and vegetable, what is in a vegetarian fine meal? Complex meal from plant ingredients. It just needs a shit ton of vegetable ingredients. Okay. 15 times vegetarian ingredients. Oh, I should have looked at this for the simple meal. So the simple meal is actually 10 raw foods. All right, so it's not as... I thought it was like 0.5? It's like, that's not right. I think that was like its nutrition rating. And hey, Graz, is there a hotel mod? I know there's an insane amount of mods in this game, and I've got about 20 installed, but none of them really changed the game very much. Except to be able, you know, when people are getting it on and you want to be a voyeur, I can zoom all the way in. Oh, there's probably another mod, so that actually matters. But you have like a 5-star hotel with all the lavish meals. All right, good. Mr. Slaw is working on some more slate blocks. You recommend the vanilla expanded brewing. It has vodka and other types of alcohol. I'm afraid all these guys can end up being alcoholics. I haven't even studied brewing yet. But that's an example of a mod that like can just add a lot to the immersion of the game, though, too, especially if you're into like this brewing and distilling and different beverages and stuff. Because like personally, I basically don't drink in real life, so it's like the idea of like, hey, I could pretend to have all these different alcohols and stuff. Unless is there like a practical thing, like the different alcohols have different effects and all that, like, oh, different alcohols give them different mood bonuses or something. Oh, and adds coffee too. Okay. Yeah, I have a mod that changes the overall tech tree a little bit. But like I said, the mods that I have, and that mod that you mentioned is not what I'm talking about when I say like I tend to avoid super game-changing mods. Like having something to just add to alcohol, I think that just adds immersion. So I wouldn't consider that like what I would consider like breaking the experience. It just enhances the experience. But so far, most of the mods that I've added are just like things like I like to be able to rename people. So I have a mod so I can name people at any time. I like to prepare carefully so that my original 3 people are people I can design however I want. Nicer tab mod. Okay. Yeah, At some point, because I already did a bunch, like probably a few hours of research to arrive at the mods that I'm currently using. Maybe not that long. But it's probably one of those things that I will continue if as long as I continue playing it. I will probably go back and continue looking into more mods. So, like you mentioned, the nicer tab mod. I'm not aware that I need nicer tabs, but I bet if I tried that mod, I probably never want to live without it again. That's a lot of the mods are like that. Like you don't need it, you don't know how much you will feel like you need it until you've tried it. And then you'll be like, oh my god, why did I ever play without this thing? All right. Well, this is slow going with our little kill chamber here. Slate walls just take a long time to make. Your favorite mod faction mod is Settler because they add Cowboy Raiders and Chemshine. Cowboy Raiders sounds cool. And then Chemshine to be like Moonshine, right? That's like total like cowboy theme. It makes people explosive if they get shot. Oh, that sounds crazy. There are a few mods like that for Conan Exiles that you can't play without. It's been a long time since I played Conan Exiles, but I know that I'd found a couple of mods that I want to say there was something about being able to replace items rather than like deconstruct them and rebuild. Or to move items. Like if you've constructed something, you just move it from one place to the other. That might be it. I know there were a couple like really basic things like that that weren't in the base game that I found like, oh crap. Like, that's super nice to be able to do. Why isn't that in the base game? Uh-oh. Look at what a mess the chickens have been making in here. See, look at all those little baby chickens running around. There's no more guy chickens that need to be beheaded and eaten, are there? I don't think so. We keep in one male. Cockknocker. Cockknocker and his harem of chickens. Rimworld is the best game you've ever played on PC. You have 24 hours. Wait. No, I was going to say, you got to have more than 24 hours. 240 hours. I've had this game since early access. And I played it in spurts over the years. It had actually been about 6 years since I played it. But I've been getting an itch to play this, or I have a few other games like this, like Dwarf Fortress, which is sort of the granddaddy of this style of game. But I think, in a lot of ways, Rimworld. I like Dwarf Fortress for the more classic fantasy setting, which I find appealing for different reasons. But there's so much going on with Rimworld. And hello, Gambles makes head. I know you were in here last week too for a minute. Yeah. Oh wait, I got chickens. So the strategy with the chickens is when they get to adulthood, all the males except for one, good old Cockknocker, all the other males get butchered and their meat put in the freezer. But I think we're going to be quickly getting to the point where I don't need more females either. Yeah, I think we're at a point now where I don't necessarily want to continue growing the population. So, I don't know. There's going to need to be a culling at some point in the near future. The chicken harem. Yeah, Cockknocker's he's got the good life here. Good old Cockknocker. He's only 21 days old. I started the game with one chicken, named after my real life cockatiel. Let me see, where's she at? Chauncey. There's Chauncey. And then I think we purchased one more chicken from a trader. And then, all this sprung from that. Chickens are so annoying it started to lag your game. Oh. Is there an auto slaughter feature? I mean, I know you can tag them to be slaughtered, but I don't have anything. I don't have anything that makes that. Is there make them happen automatically? Gaming KFC. Just yet one more hat that I wear. I spend very little time being a gaming lawyer. Most of the time I'm being a lot of gaming other things. All right, is this thing almost done? You know what? This is gonna seem kind of anal retentive, but I'm gonna extend the concrete, and then we'll consider this building project. It's not finished, but phase 1 is finished. And hopefully, let me see, do we have... Oh yeah, Dan, the geologist. Who else can mine? I think we're going to re-up. I turned off his mining priority because the only thing I was mining was steel, and I had more than I needed. So I turned that down. He's the only person I have that mines. Does Mrs. Slaw can mine? I might put her on mining duty. She's got other things that she does. You know what? Never mind. No, we're just gonna have Slim continue to be the designated miner. It's not an emergency, but I discovered I was out of components. So if there's like little spots of compacted machinery throughout the world. So the last, I don't know, about 20 minutes ago, I tagged all those for mining, but we were in the middle of our building project here. Speaking of chicken, you know about the Project Zomboid chicken bug? No, I don't. I've heard that the was it 1.42 is coming out into stable. I've been waiting for has it been 2-3 years that it's been in the experimental branch? So that's a game too that I pick up every few years and get really into for a few weeks. But I'm not aware of the chicken bug. Also, nice vanilla mod is Yayo's animations. It adds a nice walking animation, other types of animation that are similar to vanilla. Okay. Is it common for there to be compatibility problems? Because that's one of the things. Like certain games, I have a history of heavily modding. And Skyrim in particular is one where I've ended up with like 100 mods. But I've also ended up sometimes with a very unstable Skyrim game. So, but I don't know. I know there can be incompatibilities with mods in Rimworld, but I think that's also another reason why I haven't. Like, I've looked up what I thought would be essential mods. So, like that tab mod that you mentioned, that might be the sort of thing I would be looking for first. Because that's the kind of mod that would like be a quality of life. Sounds like a quality of life improvement, like that where you benefit from the whole time you're playing. Whereas there's a lot of mods just add more stuff. And honestly, having not played this for 6 years, and I don't have all the expansions, but I did before I started playing again. I bought Odyssey and Biotech. And I feel like those mods have added so much to the game that I'm already kind of in this state right now where just the features that are in the game are like, oh my gosh, there's so much I don't know. And I think that's another reason why I'm not necessarily in a super hurry with. Obviously, I've got like 20 mods installed, but I'm not like aggressively seeking out like new cool mods because I already feel like I've got, there's so much in this game now that's new to me that the mod, like, I don't feel like the need to add more. Although pretty much everything you mentioned sounds like it would be cool. And definitely if it's just, those are the sort of things that the longer you play, the more you definitely appreciate. That's just the way that I was with Skyrim. Skyrim might be one of my most played games, and I got it, I think I bought it in 2012 originally. I didn't buy it right when it came out. One of the reasons I kept going back to that game is I kept adding mods. And then all these different mods would like, I get excited and I go back and, oh, I gotta play it with these mods now. And like this, you could do a medieval mod and things like that to keep it interesting, right? Biotech DLCs, goat. Yeah, that was, there were 4 DLCs. The last time that I was into this, the only DLC was Royalty. It was 6 years ago. Royalty was like relatively new at that time. And there have been 4 more DLCs since then. It was what? Anomaly, Biotech, the space one, and which I bought. Is it Odyssey? And then Ideology. Oh, looks like we did start getting some components. And I did a bit of research just to begin with of like what was recommended. Like if you were just going to buy one DLC, which one would it be? And Biotech was the one that came up like the most widespread. We're like, you got to get Biotech. Like if you're just going to get one DLC, get Biotech. But I know when Odyssey came out with, what was it, like a few months, it was within the last year. And when I saw what Biotech, like I saw some reviews about, not Biotech, Odyssey. When Odyssey came out, I was like, oh, that looks so cool. So I knew coming back into it that I was excited about the concept of of Odyssey as well. So I just ended up getting both of them. Yeah, Ideology was also one. The only one that I wasn't super hyped was Anomaly. Which again, if I had it, I'm sure I'd appreciate the content to some degree, but it was what I was the least excited about. And also what most people tended to agree, like everyone who's bought all the DLCs said they like all the DLCs, but Anomaly is, of all of them, probably like the last one in the pecking order of must buy. It adds race genetic vampires and the wait, Ideology? Oh, we were talking about Biotech adding vampires, right? Because I know Ideology adds a lot of stuff too. And it does look cool. I mean, then you have stuff like you could celebrate Christmas and have like holidays, and there's just like some cool stuff. Just in general, it seems like it brings a lot of neat stuff to the game, but Biotech seems like it brings the most mechanics to the game. Like I know one of the main appeals to me for Biotech. Oh, Stone can walk now. Yay, Stone. Go get some pants, buddy. Go get some clothes. He's been laying in that bed for like 3 weeks, mostly naked, wishing he had clothes. All right, there you go. There you go. You get on with your bad self. All right, what are you wearing now, Stone? All right, you know what? Why don't you grab one of these Gladiuses? You can equip the Steel Gladius. Just so you can have a weapon. Oh yeah, Mr. Slaw was going to have Mr. Slaw equip the heavy SMG. And then I should pick the next person, because I basically have a bunch of people I consider non-combatants. shooting 3, but with a little bit of spark of passion, or Rosie, who does not do combat. So I think Sid is going to be our next fledgling recruit. So Sid, why don't you pick up this, equip this revolver? Your current colony, you're going to use genetic modifying to make the ultimate war soldier. Yeah, that was something even, I mean, I know it has a bunch of that stuff, but like my journey of discovery was earlier. I was looking at the research tree and I was like, oh, xenogenetics, what's that? And then I started reading the description. It's like, oh. Yeah, and then it looks like that leads to other things. But yeah, that's a whole part of the game that I'm aware that it's there, but yeah, it's kind of exciting when the time comes to start playing around with that, see what can be done. Oh my god, it's after midnight. Okay. That's another thing about the streaming this game is usually I get tired and by midnight I'm like, oh my god, I feel so tired. And at least the last couple of weeks when I've been streaming this, I'll just happen to look over at the clock and be like, oh shit. Usually I only stream, I cut the stream off like just before midnight. So, and then I hang out a little bit usually. Probably since after midnight, I won't hang out too long, but we'll save the game, go to the thank you screen, and hang out there for a few minutes probably. All right. Quit to OS. There we go. You're waiting for Rimworld to add autism as a trait? I'm surprised it's not in there already. In fact, I'm more shocked to hear that it's not in there than I'm more shocked to hear that it's not there than I would have been if it was there. Or that there's no mod that already includes that. Yeah, there's so many traits. I am literally surprised that's not already in the game. I started late. But I only start. Well, I guess I started a few minutes late, and I'm running a few minutes late. So that works. I know I didn't start that late, but yeah, I came rolling in like a couple minutes before 8 from my pizza coma in front of the TV, and I was like, I should restart my computer. So I restarted it, and then I was like, it was being weird with my audio sources, so it just ended up taking a little longer to get the stream rolling than usual. There's a mod for fentanyl? Or you think there should be? That sounds like a bunch of trouble. But there's already enough drugs. What is that one? Is it Luciferian? It's something that like super enhances your abilities, but it's super rare and super expensive. And if you don't get it, it will make you go crazy and kill people and eventually die. I once like rescued somebody that had that addiction, and I didn't realize what it was until they started going real crazy. It was a frozen pizza coma. I've become partial to there's the Woodfire DiGiorno pizzas, and currently that's my favorite frozen pizza. I've been really kind of into that. Good for endgame, okay. Yeah, I suppose if you have the resources to have a steady supply of it, then it could be a benefit. But at least when I had the guy that had that addiction, I didn't have any way to feed that addiction, so I just watched him go mad, try to kill people, and eventually, I don't know if did I just shut him in a room and let him like starve to death? I don't know what happened, but it was it's one of those memorable things that and this game can be so good at, is creating these kind of memorable situations where you're like, oh yeah, that guy with the addiction, I remember everyone liked him, and then he started having these episodes where he'd just attack other people and we had to restrain him. But then he'd get over it and he'd get back to work and everyone would get along with him again. And then a few, a week or two later, he'd have another episode. They'd start getting more dangerous. One time your colonist got a heart attack. Yeah, this is actually, I started a new game last week. And I actually restarted the game because things happened. Because the main character in this, G-Law, is based on me. And then the other colonist, Mr. Slaw, that's like basically on my wife, supposed to be my wife. And then the third guy, Slim, he's my fictitious older brother. He's not based on a real person. But he's someone that in all my Rimworld games that I've customized characters that I've made before. And I'm playing it, and about an hour into the game, the wife walks through I think my guy's at the research table. My wife walks through the room and just announces that their marriage is over. And within a few days, her and the brother are sleeping together. And I was so like disturbed by this. I was like, I know this is one of those things, like, you should roll with it. Like, this is just the weird thing that happened. But I was like, I looked at this because I think I gave them conflicting traits. I gave her hardworking or industrious, and I gave G-Law lazy. Because I'm like, he's going to be a couch potato that likes working at a desk job and not doing anything physical. But apparently, after she broke up with them, I saw she had a real negative opinion of him. And it was because she's industrious and he's lazy. I was like, oh, man. You have a mod that makes deadly gases filled with a virus? I don't know. That doesn't seem like a mod I'm going to rush out and get. I'm sure there's I'm sure it has its place. Yeah, Mr. Slaw loves her some Slim. That's true. That's so. And it was actually, I had a hard time deciding to start the game over because I was torn over it, but it was really bothering me. And I was like, well, I'm literally only like, especially because most of that game was on stream where I often don't, I spend a lot of time on pause or whatever. Or when I'm playing on my own, I don't have everything running at normal speed the whole time. I spend a lot of time in high speed. But, yeah, it was like, I'm literally probably only an hour's worth of gameplay into this. And already the whole foundation of what I wanted was like this thing where it's by, the video game version of me and my wife was like ruined and just like turned on its head. Now I'm like resentful for my fictitious brother sleeping with my wife. Try naked brutality? Oh no. Randy Random, I don't want it. None of that sounds good. That all sounds terrible. I mean, I'm sure it's fun if you want the challenge, but that sounds terrible. That sounds like something I would like watching a video of someone else suffering through. All right. Let's see. Let's get things. Maybe your math. Well, the thing is too, if you played 240 hours or whatever it is, then that I see that some of the appeal of people who will find some kind of extreme way to play the game. That's like, oh, I wonder how long I can last doing this, or I wonder what would happen if I do this. So I get it, but I'm just more like, I actually started this game with the difficulty set below the regular thing because my real life lawyer job work has been real stressful, and I'm like, I don't want this game. I don't want to come home from work and then this game is abusing me on the, like, once I'm trying to relax, doing all sorts of stuff that's stressing me out. I want a little bit of challenge, but I don't want the game to feel like, oh, it's just like more terrible things happening when I get home and boot up the game I'm trying to play just to have some fun. I turned it up a little bit today, though, because I was tired of all the raids being one person with a stick. Like, we could do a little better than that. You're gonna try forced labor with prisoners. I had that mod before, and I also had the quarry mod. So I basically had like a stone pit for like a walled off area where it was a stone pit for them to dig, and the whole prison system where they were forced. Yeah, I played around with that a little bit. That was kind of fun. But yeah, that mod's been around for a long time. All right. Well, folks, you know it's very late. And you know there's something very special I like to offer to you to help you, because I know how hyped you are. You've been watching me play Rimworld. You've been thinking of other words that involve the word rim. You get very excited. And it's time to take it down. Take it down, especially EV23. You need to settle down. Especially EV23. You need to settle down. Everybody. Brad's probably been asleep for 3 hours already because he's not in China anymore. I used to say everyone, including Brad, where it's 4 in the afternoon, needs to calm down, get ready to go to sleep. So everyone, close your eyes. Here we go. Take Evie. I don't want it from you this week. You're gonna calm down, and I don't want you acting up or acting out. Lights out. It's late. I don't need any of your tomfoolery or your shenanigans. You understand, young lady? You live it. That's okay, Graz. Because you also will still need to go to sleep now. I know maybe morning where you are, but it's one of the rules. At the end of my stream, everyone goes to sleep. So whatever plans you had today, tell them they're canceled. The gaming lawyer said you had to sleep. It's the rules. I'm sorry. I don't make... Well, I do make the rules. I do make the rules. So sorry, Graz. Cancel your plans. You're about to go to sleep. Just relax. I know you probably just woke up a little while ago, but if you get in the right frame of mind, slip right back into sleep. Have it at least for another couple hours, you know? All right. Let's close your eyes. Take a deep breath. Unclench your muscles and clench your buttocks. Buttocks are very large muscles that are capable of tremendous tension. Relax them. Go to sleep and good night. Your eyes are getting so heavy. Go to sleep now. EV23, Graz, J Maxi, probably Nick. I know who else. Yeah, I know there's a bunch of people here. I'll be waiting for you in your dreams. Cable makes shed. Did I say Nick? Who else? Maybe Brad. Brad, go to sleep. And if that didn't work,
Go to sleep and good night. Your eyes are getting so heavy.
Go to sleep now.
Go to sleep.
I'll be waiting for you in your dreams.
In your dreams.
I'll be watching you.
In your dreams.
I promise it's not creepy.
In your dreams. I'm just watching over you.
To keep you safe.
Go to sleep now.
Go to sleep.
If you see my face in your window, shadow in the hall.
I promise it's not creepy.
I'm just here to keep you safe.
In your dreams,
I'll be watching you.
in your dreams, I promise it's not creepy. In your dreams,
I'm just watching over you.
to keep you safe.
Go to sleep now.
Go to sleep.
I'll be waiting for you in your dreams. Go to sleep. And good night. Your eyes are getting so heavy. Go to sleep now. Go to sleep. I'll be waiting for you in your dreams.
But then when Thursday comes around, and I get a special feeling in my special place, and I know what's sure to come my way. We can take it to the bank every Thursday night. You can always take it to the bank every Thursday night. 45 seconds of gameplay makes everything alright. In your dreams,
I'll be watching you.
in your dreams,
I promise it's not creepy.
in your dreams,
I'm just watching over you to keep you safe.
every Thursday night, every single one without a doubt. It's hot out here, and you can take it to the bank.
45 seconds of gameplay. Go to sleep now. If you see my face in your window, I'm just watching over you.
A thump in your closet, a shadow in the hall.